Chapter 3993. See you next time. At this moment, she regained her Luli Empress's domineering aura. The whip that was wrapped around her alluring body suddenly swam out and disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, there was a fluctuation in the void, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. Then, the terrifying whip viciously lashed out at Lin Ling. The power of this whip was like the god-beating whip. It was so terrifying that it tore the void in half. Even though Tian Liuli's power was sealed, she was still much stronger than when Tian Martial God. It was impossible to seal all of her power in a short period of time. What little power she had left was enough to kill Lin Ling. Whoosh! The whip of death swept over, tearing through the void. Its speed was like a bolt of black lightning. Lin Ling, who was in front of it, narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that he could not resist at all. Then he was split into two and completely turned into dust. All of this was like ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Li Xiaoyao, the genius of a generation, the son of the undying demon, Lin Ling, had fallen. Seeing the heroic man die, Tian Liuli was suddenly stunned. At this moment, she suddenly felt her heart ache. She had waited for thousands of years and finally saw him again. Then, she was forced to kill him with her own hands. However, at the same time that her heart ached, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. It was as if no one in this world could restrain her any longer. From this angle, it could be seen that even though she really liked Li Xiaoyao, she still liked herself more. Therefore, if she couldn't control something, she would destroy it. Even if it was the man she loved the most, she wouldn't feel any reluctance. However, just as she thought that the terrifying existence who would become a god in the future had fallen, a void vortex appeared in front of her. Billowing underworld energy poured out as if it was a passage to the underworld. Among them, a man walked out slowly. He looked at Tian Liuli indifferently and smiled. Then he stuck out his thumb and pointed it down fiercely. Then, the man walked toward the passage. See you next time. Goodbye. After the man disappeared, the only thing left behind was his icy, cold voice. Seeing this, Tian Liuli felt like she was struck by lightning, because that was Lin Ling. He didn't die. No, it should be said that he was resurrected again. An unparalleled fear suddenly spread, causing Tian Liuli's body to tremble. She stared at the man walking away. She knew that today, she had released a tiger back to the mountain. In the future, when they met again, that man would become a terrifying existence and make a comeback. Li Xiaoyao, Li Xiaoyao. Tian Liuli couldn't help but roar. She clenched her fists, trembling. Even though she could easily control over Huan Yu's life and death, she still couldn't control over that man. Fine, you must find Lin. Tian Liuli clenched her teeth and spat out a few words with great difficulty. Then, the woman she possessed coughed out a mouthful of blood and gradually recovered. However, her face was extremely pale. Liuli, the others immediately knew that Luli Empress had left, so they all flew over. They also knew that with Luli Empress's strength, ordinary people couldn't stop her. I'm a little injured, but it's not a big problem. Now we have to catch Lin Ling. Before the Empress left, she told me that Lin Ling is seriously injured. The woman opened her eyes and said coldly. They all looked at the void tunnel. However, the void tunnel had been continuously attacked by the dragon demons and had completely collapsed. This meant that it was impossible to find Lin Ling through the void tunnel. The passage has collapsed. At present, Lin Ling doesn't even know where he is. So, we must stop him from returning to Snow City. Someone said coldly, in the final world, although killing is not allowed, if we kill him secretly, even the gods won't know. Lin Ling is Lei Gong's man. Don't let Lei Gong's people know. Go! The 18 people immediately scattered and searched aimlessly for Lin Ling in the final world. At the same time, they secretly spread the news and asked the experts of the new heavenly court to search for Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of people were still waiting at the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. However, when they saw the passage collapse, their faces changed drastically. Why did the rift passage opened by Wentian martial god suddenly collapse? Oh no, the passage collapsed. That means the two of them can't return by the way they came. I wonder what happened to the two of them. Voices were also quietly transmitted out. Everyone was curious about the final outcome. Do you still need to think about it? Lin Ling must be dead. At this moment, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Then, the people of the new heavenly court said cunningly, although killing is not allowed in the final world, that is the void world. I think some people have nothing to say. The some people they were talking about were naturally the people of Snow City. That's not necessarily true. The one who ran away was martial god Wentian. If he had the strength to kill Lin Ling, why would he run away? However, very quickly, someone retorted with a cold laugh. This made the people of the new heavenly court frown. They looked at the person who spoke and shouted angrily, "Shut up, young Yao. Don't think that we don't dare to touch you in the final world." Why are you angry with them? How could martial god Wentian be killed by those ants? How could they understand the methods of martial god Wentian? Maybe martial god Wentian purposely lost so that he could kill Lin Ling. That's right, I think so too. A few old monsters from the new heavenly court sneered. Their words made the group narrow their eyes. Even though martial god Wentian seemed to be heavily injured, he was still one of the top 10 martial gods in 9 continents. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Thus, they began to worry about Lin Ling. However, at this time, a message suddenly entered the ears of the experts of the new heavenly court, causing them to tremble. Their eyes widened like bells. How is this possible? Someone even yelled out subconsciously. What happened? Everyone frowned after seeing their shocked expressions. However, when they were waiting for the people of the new heavenly court to speak, their expressions became heavy and they didn't say a word. Could it be that martial god Wentian has fallen? Some people couldn't help but speculate. This was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Countless people's hearts exploded. Their faces trembled as if they couldn't believe this at all. What nonsense are you talking about? However, the people of the new heavenly court were also angry. However, their voices were a bit soft, clearly lacking confidence. In fact, they did receive news that martial god Wentian had fallen. Chapter 3994. Rushing out of the void passage. Therefore, everyone began to make guesses. Wentian martial god is dead? It must be Lin Ling who killed him, but why would Lin Ling destroy the void passage? He should be in danger, but we don't know where he went. Now that Wentian martial god is dead, the new heavenly court will definitely search for Lin Ling. We must find Lin Ling before they do. Over at Snow Wind Academy, everyone began to discuss secretly. They knew that the hatred between the new heavenly court and Lin Ling would never be resolved. Compared to their worries, the outside of Phoenix Emperor Mountain was in an uproar. Lin Ling actually killed Wentian martial god. This is unbelievable. Who is this Lin Ling? Are you crazy? Are you stupid? This is not the first time Lin Ling has killed a martial god. When he was in the 9 continents, he killed martial god Qilin, the son of the devil, Lin Ling. Seriously? Martial god Qilin was also one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 continents, and he was also killed by him. This guy actually killed 2 martial gods. Someone mentioned Lin Ling's past, and without a doubt, another huge wave was stirred up. This Lin Ling actually killed Wentian martial god. Previously, the people of the new heavenly court secretly told us that the current Lin Ling was sealed by the Empress and was heavily injured. This is the price to pay for killing Wentian martial god, and the new heavenly court asked our Duan clan to help capture Lin Ling. If we can't capture him, a corpse is fine too, and after that, we will be heavily rewarded. Yes, this Lin Ling really caused a huge wave in the final world, but right now he is at his weakest. Yes, on the Duan clan side, many people were also secretly transmitting messages, and their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. They knew that they must find Lin Ling faster than the people of Snow Wind City. Without a doubt, following the death of martial god Wentian, the 72 secondary cities and 36 main cities of the final world were in an uproar. After all, martial god Wen Tian was not only one of the top 10 martial gods, but his sister, Glaze Empress, was also a terrifying existence. Not only was she one of the top 10 martial gods, but she was also a trial taker with a god backing her. Now that Wen Tian martial god was dead, Lily Empress would definitely use the power in her hands to crazily plunder Linling. At this moment, the outside world was in full swing. However, in a spatial tunnel, a large number of dragon demons were rushing forward rapidly. One of the dragon demons was carrying a man on its back. It was Linling. "I'm sorry I killed them." On the back of the dragon demon, Linling's expression was cold as he gritted his teeth. Previously, in order to prevent him from escaping, Tian Liuli had killed many dragon demons. This made Linling feel extremely guilty. "Young master, you can't be blamed for this. It's that woman." The dragon demons shook their heads. They had followed Linling ever since they came out of the rainbow world. In addition, Linling had the purest dragon bloodline. Therefore, in their hearts, Linling was their true young master. Moreover, they and Linling were considered another branch of the dragon race, a branch of the dragon god. "I promise everyone that one day, I will definitely kill that woman and avenge everyone." Linling's hatred for Tian Liuli had reached the point of hating the heavens. This hatred was not only from his previous life, but also from this life. After that, he checked his body and immediately discovered that his injuries were extremely serious this time. His bones, meridians, and dantian were all heavily damaged. Most importantly, the power of the celestial glass was very strange, causing his recovery speed to be 10 times slower than usual. Of course, the most important thing was that sealing power. It actually sealed all of Linling's boundary essence. Currently, Linling could only use his physical strength. Evil Ghost Jellyfish. Linling also hurriedly controlled the evil ghost jellyfish and madly devoured the sealing power. However, the sealing power was very tyrannical, and the evil ghost jellyfish could only devour a small area. If it wanted to break the seal, it would take a long time. The price to pay for killing martial god Wen Tian is indeed great. Sensing the changes in his body, Linling could not help but grit his teeth. In order to kill martial god Wen Tian, he had used up all of his treasures and was heavily injured. However, to Linling, it was all worth it. Linling, the sealing power in your body can allow Tian Liuli to roughly find your whereabouts. Next, before you recover your strength, do your best to avoid those who are chasing after you. At this time, the giant ghost said from the side. Hearing this, Linling nodded. Originally, he wanted to inform the old woman and the others, but then he discovered that all of his voice transmission talismans were sealed. This caused Linling's eyes to flash. He did not need to think to know that the tyrannical song sword and other treasures were also sealed. Giant tumor ruler technique. Linling also instantly knew the sealing technique. This technique was extremely powerful. It could seal all of a martial artist's boundary essence, including things related to boundary essence. However, when using this sealing technique, the martial artist would also suffer a backlash and be heavily injured. Looks like I can only rely on myself. Linling looked into the distance. He originally planned to return to Snow-Blowing City, but at this moment he suppressed that thought because he guessed that there would be many enemies blocking the way to Snow-Blowing City. Young master, the speed of the collapse behind us is getting faster and faster. Sit tight, we have to speed up. At this time, the dragon demon in front of him spoke, causing Linling to nod his head. Swoosh, swoosh. The dragon demons turned into streams of light and crazily rushed forward in the broken void. Just as they rushed past, the void behind them shattered like glass. The turbulence was like an avalanche. This void was not comparable to the lesser void. It was extremely powerful. If it collapsed, the people inside would definitely die. Over there, the exit. As they rushed forward, the dragon demons also saw the exit. The exit was a gap that appeared because of the collapse of the void. However, at this moment, it was also collapsing. Speed up. Seeing that the exit was collapsing, the dragon demons also ignited their speed and stimulated it to the limit. Smash it open. When they were getting closer and closer to the exit was also getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, the dragon demons crazily used their bodies to smash the exit. Rumble. With this collision, the dragon demons were also drenched in blood. However, they were still unafraid of death. Ignoring the intense pain, they once again crashed into the exit. Looking behind them, the speed of the collapse was getting faster and faster. It was also extremely close to them. Boom! Finally, the exit was opened. Next, all the dragon demons rushed out and then stood on the grassland, panting. When they looked back, the rumbling continued and the exit was completely covered. If they were just a little slower, they would never be able to get out. Young master, where are we going now? Next, the dragon demons looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned and glanced at the grassland around him. He felt that it was somewhat familiar. If he guessed correctly, this should be the final world. Chapter 3995. Escape to the myriad worlds. However, Lin Ling immediately made a decision. He obviously knew that at this moment, there must be a large number of enemies searching for him, especially in the direction leading to Snow-Blowing City. There must be the most enemies there. Therefore, returning to Snow-Blowing City was extremely unwise. It was a pity that Lin Ling's voice transmission talisman was sealed. Otherwise, he could inform the old woman and the others to come and help. However, Lin Ling also estimated that unless Lei Gong came forward, they might not be able to fight against Luli Empress with just the old woman. Next, Lin Ling put away all the dragon demons. After all, there were too many of them, which would attract more attention. It was better to be alone. Whoosh! Lin Ling took a step forward, borrowing the strength of his fleshly body to gallop across the plains. His goal was to leave the final world. Only by going to the myriad realms would he be able to fly freely. Moreover, Tian Liuli would definitely be able to sense the seal on his body. At that time, if Tian Liuli were to be lured over, even the old woman and the others would not be able to stop the Empress. Furthermore, the glazed Empress would probably shed all pretense of cordiality and not give the Thunder God any face. She would forcefully capture Lin Ling. After leaving the final world, the outside world was also very big. Although Luli Empress knew his general direction, it was more troublesome for Luli Empress to catch Lin Ling. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Especially if Lin Ling went to some forbidden areas, Luli Empress would not be able to find him. One day later, Lin Ling appeared at the edge of the final world. Looking around, he could see a massive ancient city. The only thing separating it from the ancient city was the endless void. Aside from the ancient city's exit, the other places were blocked by a colorful light screen. Outside the light screen was also the void. However, it was obviously impossible to break through the light screen and rush into the void. This was because Lin Ling knew that the light screen was set up by God. Ordinary people couldn't break it at all. Therefore, if he wanted to leave this place, the ancient city was the only way out. After a day of hurrying, Lin Ling's injuries had recovered a lot. However, the seal was still impregnable. Descending from the sky, Lin Ling took out a cloak and swiftly put it on. Then, he headed toward the ancient city. On the road leading to the ancient city, no matter what kind of expert they were, they all landed on the ground and lined up in an orderly manner. This was the rule of entering the city. Unless one was strong enough to resist the gods, even a martial god would have to obediently obey the orders of the city's guards. At the end of the road, Lin Ling, who was wearing a large cloak, also appeared. His gaze swept across the surroundings. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, he disguised himself as an ordinary person and walked towards a queue. Heaven's Gate. Heaven Gate City. Obviously, this was one of the 36 main cities. It probably had its own academy. The lines slowly moved forward, disappearing through the ancient city's gate and entering Heaven Pass City. Obviously, there were only two purposes for warriors who came here. First, they were warriors who were originally from this city. Second, They were warriors who left the final world. Someone from Snow City. At this moment, a few guards stared at a person wearing a large cloak, and the other party took out an identity jade card. Can you take off your cloak and have a look? Although the man had an identity jade card, the guard still looked coldly at the cloaked man and asked. Hearing this, the cloaked man remained motionless. The aura he emitted was extremely cold. This made the guards quietly tighten their grip on their weapons, as if they were facing a great enemy. Sir, don't misunderstand. I just want to see your appearance. That's all. However, at this moment, a laugh suddenly melted the oppressive scene. A man in armor walked over with a smile. He looked indifferently at the cloaked man and said, because we have some opponents in Heaven Pass City. So, to prevent them from causing trouble here, we have to do this. Hearing this, the cloaked man finally loosened up. He slowly took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face. Although this face restrained his aura, the young man still noticed a bone-chilling coldness in those half-narrowed eyes. What a cold man. The young man was shocked. Then, he subconsciously checked the man's cultivation. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He could not find anything. At this moment, the cloaked man put on his cloak again and entered the ancient city. This time, no one stopped him. However, the guards were a little unhappy because the young man was too cold and arrogant. Most people with character are like this. Forget it. On the contrary, the man smiled and explained. Yes, Deputy City Lord. However, the guards were very respectful to the young man, so they all smiled and nodded. They knew the young man's identity. Xianxia, an expert from Heaven Pass Academy's Xianxia. He was an expert ranked in the top 200 on the divine list. Because of his outstanding talent and strength, he became the Deputy City Lord of Heaven Pass City. Next, the warriors at the gate continued to enter one after another. However, at this moment, a beautiful Pegasus flew over from afar. On the Pegasus sat a man in dazzling armor. Then, the man jumped down and said indifferently, "Under the orders of the gods, I've come to arrest a wanted criminal. Heaven Pass City, accept the order." The orders of the gods? The man called Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he hurried forward. The other party also handed him a piece of parchment. When he opened it, his pupils shrank, because the wanted criminal recorded in it was Lin Ling from Snow Wind Academy. And there was a portrait. As for the crime Lin Ling committed, it was killing people in the final world. However, the arrest warrant did not record who Lin Ling had killed. Your Excellency, is such a wanted order issued in the entire final world? Xianxia looked up and smiled at the man in front of him. If I ask you to arrest him, then do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The man said indifferently. Then, his gaze swept across the crowd. It has already recorded Lin Ling's appearance. If you see him, inform us immediately. There will be a great reward. The arrest warrant also recorded how to contact us. After leaving these words, the man rode the Pegasus and flew to the next city. Sir, look. The guards pointed at the arrest warrant and exclaimed as they watched the man disappear from their sight. Their faces were filled with shock, because the person depicted on the arrest warrant was the handsome young man from before. Haha, the wanted criminal Lin Ling. Whoever sees him can get the treasures of the gods. I hope I have such luck. However, what surprised the guards was that Xianxia did not seem to hear them. He was rubbing his chin and looking at the arrest warrant in his hand. This also made the guards' eyes flash. They instantly knew that the Deputy City Lord was pretending to be stupid. However, since the Deputy City Lord did not expose Lin Ling, they naturally pretended not to see him. Chapter 3996. Exposed. He naturally knew that the young man from before was Lin Ling. He also knew that not long ago, Lin Ling had killed Martial Godwin Tian, causing a huge commotion in the final world. He had completely angered Luli Empress. Luli Empress was indeed powerful. She had actually obtained the order of a god and placed a bounty on Lin Ling in the final world. However, he also knew that this kind of bounty could only be placed in certain cities. Some cities might not give face to Luli Empress. After all, the final world did not have one god but 4 gods. Moreover, this kind of bounty wouldn't last for long. As long as a god opposed it, the bounty would become a blank piece of paper. I didn't expect that a small border city like ours would attract such a big figure. Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling. I've long heard of him. Walking into the city, the Yuan heir smiled faintly. Currently, within the 36 academies, there was probably no one who hadn't heard of Lin Ling's name. At this moment in the city, Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak as he walked along the streets. He seemed to be walking calmly, but he was also very cautious. However, he soon saw that a large number of guards had put up bounty notices. Furthermore, the sky was blooming with colorful fireworks, displaying the bounty notices, letting the entire city know. As for the wanted criminal, it was him, Lin Ling. This Luli Empress's power is really terrifying. It's as if she has control over the entire final world. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that Luli Empress would have such power. However, he also understood after thinking about it. Luli Empress definitely didn't have such power. She was only using the available resources in her hands to crazily plunder Lin Ling. However, this kind of plundering would not be long before Lei Gong stopped it. Unfortunately, although Lin Ling knew that Lei Gong would stop it, he didn't know how long it would take. If Luli Empress caught him first, it would be too late for Lei Gong to stop it. Moreover, Lei Gong wouldn't know that Luli Empress had already caught him, Lin Ling. Sigh, with my power sealed, everything is troublesome. If my power was restored, I wouldn't be afraid of Luli Empress. I'll just go to the 9 heavens and meet Lei Gong. Lin Ling was depressed. It was as if he wanted to see the emperor, but was stopped by a eunuch. Moreover, he couldn't help but sigh when he thought about how he was running around like a stray dog. Be content. With your strength, you killed Martial God Wen Tian. How proud is that? Now that you're wanted by the entire final world, I don't think there are many people in the final world who have the qualifications to do so. On the side, the giant ghost suddenly said, making Lin Ling smile. In fact, he was just expressing his feelings. He wasn't dispirited. After all, killing Martial God Wen Tian was worth it. The wanted order has been issued. I have to leave this place immediately. After that, Lin Ling searched the streets. He wanted to find another gate. That was the main road out of the ancient city. That man from before, he obviously helped you. The giant ghost floated beside Lin Ling and suddenly said. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He thought of the polite man from before and came to a realization. He just saw me, so he should know that I'm Lin Ling. However, looking at the city, there doesn't seem to be any panic. This means that he didn't expose me at all. Instead, he spread the wanted order everywhere. Obviously, he didn't want to let the people know. He wanted to tell me to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling smiled. He was very grateful to that man. By the way, you've reached the Martial God realm. The divine inheritance treasure has been opened. At this moment, the giant ghost spoke again. Lin Ling finally remembered the divine inheritance treasure and couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, the treasures he bought from the shop of God were all extremely ferocious existences. The most precious treasures of God's inheritance. How could they be weak? Everything depends on the seal being broken. Lin Ling licked his lips. He put on the cloak and walked toward the other city gate. However, when he arrived at the other city gate, Lin Ling's face instantly turned ugly. This was because there was a large army there. All of them were demigod realm martial artists, and many of them were martial gods. As the border of the final world, Heaven Pass City naturally had many experts. There were even more experts than Snow City. This is a little troublesome. Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. It was obviously unwise to force his way in. I can only try my luck, Lin Ling said to himself. He also knew that the way to escape was right in front of him. If he went back, unless Lei Gong's order came, Lin Ling would be doomed eternally. I'll teach you a method to conceal your aura. Next to him, the giant ghost also spoke, and then whispered to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes gradually brightened. His face and aura under the cloak also quietly changed. Without further ado, Lin Ling hurriedly lined up in an attempt to leave this place as soon as possible. Keep your eyes open. This time, the god has sent an order to capture the wanted criminal Lin Ling. This Lin Ling has done all kinds of evil. He used tricks to kill a big shot and even destroyed a large city of martial artists. This is really ruthless. Therefore, if any of you see Lin Ling, for the sake of the final world's peace, you must report him. In front of the city gate, a man about 20 years old spoke in a dignified voice. This man looked very ordinary and was extremely thin. However, his strength was not weak. He was an expert in the martial god realm. He sat on a chair, a satisfied expression on his face. Two beautiful women sat on the tiger skin chair. At this moment, one was feeding him wine and the other was feeding him grapes. Young Master Xiao, if we capture Lin Ling, can you become a trial challenger? One of the guards chuckled and said flatteringly, aren't you just spouting nonsense? With young Master Zhao's talent, he should have become a trial challenger. It's just that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. The heavens have always been harsh on those with outstanding talent. Right now, they're testing young Master Xiao. Another guard said, unwilling to be outdone. They knew that this thin youth was the son of the city lord. He was also an expert of Heaven's Gate Academy's third hall. With such an identity, how could they not flatter him? You all really know how to talk. The thin youth smiled faintly. Although he knew that these fellows were flattering him, this flattery still made him very happy. This wanted order, we are only putting on an act. After all, this is the order of the god. In addition, there is a relationship between the new heavenly court and my father. All right, let's not talk about this. The thin youth smiled, but as he spoke, he suddenly stopped and lightly said, the final world has 4 city gates. The wanted criminal won't use our city gate. Moreover, the wanted criminal isn't so stupid. He shouldn't leave the final world at this time. Instead, he should be hiding in the final world. Chapter 3997. Stop Lin Ling. Looking at the reflection in the mirror, that person looks young with delicate features and a cold temperament. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This is exactly the same as the one on the wanted poster. It's Lin Ling. This time, the entire city was in an uproar. Countless people stared at the mirror above the city gate and then shifted their gaze to a person in the queue. Snow Wind Academy's Lin Ling. He actually came here. That's Snow Wind Academy's Lin Ling. That big shot who killed 2 gods in a row. Heavens, I'm actually lucky enough to see such a big shot. I heard that he's the #1 newcomer king among the 36 academies. Good, he really appeared. The crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, everyone knew the whole story. The so-called wanted criminal was actually just someone who offended a god. There is no such thing as committing all kinds of evil and killing people like flies. This was just an excuse. Therefore, when they saw the legendary hero, everyone was very excited. Not good. Being the focus of everyone's attention, Lin Ling secretly cursed. It's the 8-stone curved flame mirror. No wonder it could see through my concealment technique. Damn it, I actually forgot that as the final world city gate, this kind of treasure definitely exists. Giant Ghost also secretly cursed. Forget it, since it's already discovered. It's useless to hide anymore. Lin Ling shook his head and finally took off his cloak. When his appearance was revealed, the entire city was in an uproar. Lin Ling. All the guards raised the weapons in their hands, as if they were facing a great enemy. Towards this legendary character, they were obviously incomparably afraid. Next, they quietly surrounded Lin Ling in a circle. Waha, you're Lin Ling. At this time, an excited shout floated out. Young Master Xiao excitedly stood up and walked step by step towards Lin Ling. I heard that you're seriously injured, and the wanted poster even recorded that your strength was sealed. Hee, I didn't expect the legendary character to be like this, but he doesn't look like much. He stopped in his tracks and rubbed his chin, sizing up Lin Ling. No matter how bad it is, it's still better than you. Now, what do you want? Lin Ling glanced at the man calmly. He could roughly tell the man's strength. He was a 4th-layer martial god with an 8th-grade talent. With such strength, he was naturally not a match for the current Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling's boundary essence was also sealed. His combat strength was reduced by more than half. However, Lin Ling was still confident that he could easily crush his opponent. On the contrary, the guards in the surroundings were a huge problem, because there were too many of them. If he was entangled, then when the experts of Heavenly Liuli arrived, Lin Ling, would definitely be unable to charge out. I've always been an easygoing person. I'll give you a chance. If you kneel down and let me step on your shoulder, I'll let you leave this place. Young Master Xiao said with a smile. He was slightly intimidated by a legendary character like Lin Ling. However, after knowing that Lin Ling's strength was sealed, he no longer treated him as a threat. On the contrary, if he could step on a hero like Lin Ling, it would be a great honor in his life. I'm sorry, I've always been the one to step on others. No one has ever stepped on me. Lin Ling smiled. Hee, you have a backbone. I like it. Second chance, fight with me. If you win, you can leave. Of course, if you lose, I'll still step on you. Young Master Xiao said proudly, as if he was not afraid of Lin Ling at all. However, the crowd wore a disdainful look. What if Lin Ling was at his peak? This young Master Xiao would not dare to speak. Although young Master Xiao's strength was not weak, compared to the #1 newcomer king, Lin Ling, he was just a pile of shit. Lin Ling turned to look at the horizon and frowned. He knew that the longer he delayed, the more trouble he would be in. Are you afraid? What newcomer king? What expert who defeated Longyang? You're still afraid when you meet me. Young Master Xiao laughed heartily when he saw Lin Ling's hesitation. The glow on his body seemed to shoot straight into the sky. To be able to crush a newcomer king, what kind of glory was that? After all, he was only ranked in the 300th place on the God ranking. Moreover, he saw that there were many Heaven's Gate Academy students on the street looking at him in shock. This made his nostrils flare up. Pride. What kind of pride was that? Tomorrow, his legend would probably spread throughout Heaven's Gate Academy. Well, it's not that I can't. I'm just afraid that you're too weak and not enough for me to step on. However, just as young Master Xiao was feeling complacent, Lin Ling finally finished his unfinished words. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground, and a terrifying speed erupted. Rumble. Heaven's Gate City seemed to shake 3 times. Those who were not strong were so shocked that they fell to the ground. Young Master Zhao's feet were unsteady, and he almost fell to the ground. He did not expect Lin Ling to attack immediately. Then he laughed loudly. Come on, let me have a taste of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck a flirtatious pose, intending to defeat Lin Ling in one move. Obviously, he thought that Lin Ling's strength, which had been sealed, was not his match at all. Bang! However, Lin Ling's ferocious palm arrived like a dragon's claw. The power within was extremely terrifying. After sweeping down like a storm, it immediately wreaked havoc on young Master Xiao. Rumble. The ground cracked open. At the center of the crack, young Master Xiao was slapped down. He spat out blood and was trying to climb up with difficulty. He was defeated in one move. The students from Heaven's Gate Academy were all stunned. Then, they could not help but laugh. This young Master Xiao was so embarrassing. Of course, their hearts were also very heavy. Because they were all students of the academy, they more or less wanted to compete with Lin Ling. However, they did not expect that although Lin Ling did not have boundary essence, his strength was not much weaker than boundary essence. It seemed that the #1 newcomer king was indeed very mysterious. Bang! Young Master Xiao had just climbed halfway when Lin Ling's foot arrived and stepped on him again. Young Master! The guards immediately shouted and unleashed their boundary essence, surrounding Lin Ling. They did not expect that Lin Ling's strength would still be so fierce even after being sealed. Could it be that the arrest warrant was wrong? All of you get lost. Otherwise, I don't mind exterminating your young master. Lin Ling smiled and grabbed young Master Xiao under his foot. He fiercely punched him more than 10 times in the stomach, beating him until he was like a dead dog. Then, Lin Ling held young Master Zhao's neck as if he was holding a cat and walked towards the city gate step by step. Lin Ling, you dare! The guards were enraged. Lin Ling was actually using young Master Xiao to threaten them. Moreover, they were also cursing in their hearts. If it was not for that stupid young master who insisted on a heroic one-on-one battle, they would have caught Lin Ling by now. Chapter 30-998. Stop him. However, although they were afraid, they obviously did not give way. After all, they did not want Lin Ling to escape. Lin Ling, I'll let you go, but you have to let young Master Xiao go first. Yes. However, just as the guard were still eyeing them covetously, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. The Yuan heir had also arrived with a large number of experts. Deputy City Lord. Yes. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Yuan heir nodded to the guards and looked at Lin Ling again. He then smiled and said, "How is it?" "Good. Good. Yes." Lin Ling also looked at Yuan heir, but this time he did not hesitate and directly threw him over. He knew that if he delayed any longer, there would definitely be more problems. As for Yuan heir, Lin Ling also trusted him. Although they had only met by chance, if Yuan heir really wanted to harm him, he could have done it when he entered the city. Why wait until now? Straightforward. Yes. Yuan heir did not expect Lin Ling to be so straightforward. Then he said to the guards, "Open the city gate and let him leave." "Yes, sir, this." "Yes." One of the guard captains shouted awkwardly. "Open the city gate." "Yes." Yuan heir shouted majestically. "Our Heaven Pass city is a big city. How can we go back on our words?" Young Master Xiao had already said that if Lin Ling won, Lin Ling would leave. And I also said that if Lin Ling handed over young Master Xiao, I would let him leave. Now, I naturally have to do what I said. Yes, yes, yes. Yuan heir was the deputy city lord. The guards did not dare to disobey, so they opened the city gate. Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed to the Yuan heir. Then he strode toward the city gate. He, Lin Ling, would remember the Yuan heir's kindness in his heart and would definitely repay him in the future. My son agreed, and so did the deputy city lord. However, I, the city lord, did not agree. Yes. However, at this moment, a black light suddenly flashed in the sky. A buzzing sound spread through the sky, and then a black light heavily smashed into the ground. Rumble. At the city gate, a 5-meter-tall giant stood there, blocking the exit once again. Taking a closer look, this giant was wearing a majestic black armor, as if he could hold back 10,000 men all by himself. This person was the city lord of Heaven Pass City. Fuck. This also caused Lin Ling's expression to become extremely unsightly. This was because he realized that this city lord was very strong. If he was at his peak, he would still be able to fight against him. But now, you're Lin Ling? The tall giant looked down at Lin Ling, his pitch-black armor covering his face. The mask on his face was suffused with a ruthless light as he carefully sized up Lin Ling. It went without saying that he had heard of Lin Ling before. He did not expect the young man who had once killed the heaven-seeking martial god to be like this. "I heard your first-level martial god," he said in a deep voice with a hint of curiosity. It was obvious that he did not expect a first-level martial god to be able to kill a martial god. The difference between his strength and the heaven-seeking martial god was too great. However, the heaven-seeking martial god was already dead. This was an unchangeable fact. Therefore, he had to capture Lin Ling. "You dare to touch my son?" Xiao Fang glanced at the Yuan heir and said coldly, "It was your son who wanted to fight me. He's not strong enough, so he can't blame anyone else." Lin Ling looked at him coldly. He could sense the powerful force emitting from his opponent's body. "City Lord, our Heaven Pass City has already agreed to let Lin Ling go. You're going back on your word by doing this." At this moment, the Yuan heir in the distance spoke up. Anger rose in his heart. The city lord was purposely trying to undermine his prestige. "Shut up." Xiao Fang suddenly looked at the Yuan heir and shouted coldly, "This person is a wanted criminal. As the deputy city lord, you actually let him go. Moreover, this person did whatever he wanted in our city and injure my son. It's fine if you don't capture him, but you dare to let him go? Because your son is already lost. According to the agreement, we should let him go. Otherwise, what integrity does our heaven-pass city have? Besides, it's not that I want to let him go, but your son was threatened. I used your son's life in exchange for his release. If you want to blame someone, blame your son. Although the Yuan heir was not as old as Xiaofang, he was not afraid of him. It could be seen that although they were both city lords, there was still some friction between them. And Yuan heir's words pushed all the blame onto young Master Xiao, as if young Master Xiao was worthless, which made Xiao Sifang's expression extremely ugly. This newly promoted deputy city lord seemed to be a strong opponent, and he must find a way to remove him in the future. After all, he was not a member of the Xiao clan, and his intentions must be disloyal. I admit that you, Yuan heir, have agreed to let my son go. However, as the city lord, I still have the right to speak. I haven't agreed to let him go, Xiaofang said indifferently, using his words to block the Yuan heir's words, making the latter's face turn cold. Then, Xiaofang looked at Lin Ling and said, "You fight with me. If you win, I'll let you go." What a shameless person. Hearing this, Lin Ling also sneered. Previously, when young Master Xiao was defeated, Lin Ling could have left. Moreover, the deputy city lord had agreed. Now the city lord came out to stop him. Later, the whole city would take turns to stop him. At that time, the experts of Heaven Pass City would have already arrived. No matter what you say, you can't leave until you defeat me. Xiaofang snorted and said domineeringly. And now, Lin Ling obviously had no choice. Therefore, Lin Ling's physical strength was also activated, causing the ground under his feet to continue to tremble. Seeing that Lin Ling's strength was still fierce, Xiaofang narrowed his eyes. It was rumored that Lin Ling of Snow Wind Academy was the new king. Today, he saw that his strength was indeed extraordinary. Lin Ling, you want to fight our city lord Xiao? You are overestimating yourself. However, just as Lin Ling was about to attack, Yuan heir suddenly laughed. Our city lord Xiao is a member of the new heavenly court. He has received the inheritance of the new heavenly court. Do you think you are qualified to fight him? Moreover, he has entered the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. In the entire final world, there are not many people who have been to the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. This is an honor. Moreover, our city lord's talent is the 10th grade ultimate desolate body. His advantage is that his defense is like a city wall, coupled with the strength of a late-stage martial god. I'm afraid you can't block 3 of his moves. Yuan heir's words seemed to be mocking Lin Ling, but in fact, it was also a reminder to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils quietly flickered. He finally knew why City Lord Xiao was stopping him. It turned out that he was a member of the new heavenly court. Yuan heir, shut up. Xiaofang's face turned ugly. Naturally, he knew what Yuan heir was doing. That guy was telling Lin Ling his strength. Chapter 3999. Help! Bang! With a stomp on the ground immediately exploded, revealing a 5-meter-wide footprint. Lin Ling quickly flew towards Xiao Sifang under the recoil. In the air, a fist that contained the power of 40,000 worlds ferociously blasted towards Xiao Fang with an explosive sound in the air. Currently, Lin Ling's boundary essence was sealed, so he couldn't use innate talent fusion. His strongest punch was still the punch of his physical strength. Seeing the continuous rumbling of the fist, Xiao Sifang's expression turned serious. Then he shouted, "City wall." His voice was as deep as thunder, and a dazzling light appeared from his feet. The light flowed along his armor like a flood, passing through his thighs, chest, neck, and finally reached Xiao Sifang's eyes. At this moment, his eyes flickered. When the light flooded his eyes, a huge and pitch-black ancient wall appeared around Xiao Sifang's body. Rumble. Lin Ling's fist was like a meteor, smashing into the ancient wall. The ancient wall shook slightly, but it didn't move at all. Bang! 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 A powerful force counterattacked, sending Lin Ling flying. Bang! As he flew backward, Lin Ling's palm clawed fiercely at the green bricks on the ground. A bottomless trench was dug out on the ground. Finally, that terrifying speed was stopped, as expected of the city lord. Even if my boundary essence wasn't sealed, it would still be difficult to win against him. Standing up straight, Lin Ling said solemnly, because he knew that the city lord hadn't used his full strength. His goal was to stop him from leaving the city. So powerful, the surrounding people were shocked. To be able to become the city lord of the 36 main cities, his strength naturally wasn't undeserved. Now Lin Ling was stopped. If he wasted any more time, the experts of the new heavenly court would definitely arrive. At that time, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to leave. Many people were secretly worried for Lin Ling, especially the students of Heaven's Gate Academy. Although they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, they were all students. Naturally, most of them were on Lin Ling's side. No matter how hard a wall is, I think there will be a loophole. I'm very curious where this loophole is. At this moment, Lin Ling moved his limbs slightly and then shot out like a meteor again. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't say anything. He just stood there coldly. He believed that, with his protection, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to leave the city. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling suddenly stretched out his left hand. Then a black torrent submerged him. Upon closer inspection, those black torrents were actually endless black vines. These vines grew rapidly, and they immediately wrapped around Xianxia. The tough black thorns constantly cut Xianxia's body. These vines were none other than Little Kunlun. Obviously, Little Kunlun wasn't sealed. However, Xianxia was worthy of being a veteran martial god. Although he was submerged by the vines, he still didn't retreat. Surging murderous aura erupted from his body as he tried to break free from the vines. However, the vines were difficult to deal with, and he was powerless to break free. At this time, Lin Ling's fist finally arrived. Moreover, this time, it was among the endless vines, and it blasted toward a face. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. The black vines were like a city wall, submerging the heaven and earth in front of it. However, a face was revealed among the black vines, and that face was naturally City Governor Zhao's face. It gave people the feeling that City Governor Zhao's hands and legs were tied up at this moment, and he was being beaten violently. Rumble. Lin Ling's fist arrived and landed on City Governor Zhao's face, and his face was knocked askew. Wow! The crowd was also in an uproar. The Yuan heir and the others narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Ling, who was sealed, to have such a skill. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Lin Ling was at his peak. The fist was still close to City Governor Zhao's face. However, Lin Ling frowned because he sensed that his fist seemed to have hit an iron wall. Although he was sealed, his fist could still break through the myriad realms. Ka ka ka. The sound of gears turning came from City Governor Zhao's neck. His crooked neck twisted, and he slowly turned his head to look at Lin Ling. "You're only a so-a-so." Boom! As soon as these words fell, countless people were shocked. City Governor Zhao was actually safe and sound. This was too terrifying. In this way, it would be even more difficult for Lin Ling to rush out. Lin Ling's gaze also stared at City Governor Zhao, and he grinned. "When I was at my peak, why didn't you dare to say this to me?" If it was Lin Ling at his peak, with City Governor Zhao's state of only defending and not attacking, Lin Ling was confident that he could cut off his head with a sword. Of course, although he said those words, Lin Ling also knew that things were troublesome because he had spent too much time here. "Get out of the way." But at this moment, a delicate voice suddenly came from the sky. Then, the sky rumbled, and a huge black dragon flew over, roaring at the sky. Beside the black dragon was a majestic black phoenix. When the dragon and phoenix appeared, endless pressure shrouded the entire Heaven Pass city. What talent is this? My talent is actually trembling in the face of that dragon and phoenix? Black dragon and black phoenix? Could it be the underworld beast guarding the entrance to the underworld? Countless exclamations sounded in Heaven Pass City. In their eyes, the black dragon and black phoenix intertwined with each other and turned into an ancient black door. The door was quietly closed, but the moment it opened, a figure seemed to have returned from the underworld. She was dressed in a long white dress and held a shocking divine axe in her hand. Then, she looked at the face in the vines and slashed down crazily. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately retreated and then looked at the person in disbelief, because he did not expect that he would be saved by his enemy. Clang! The power of the divine axe was naturally not something City Lord Xiao could easily block. When it landed on his face, an axe mark immediately appeared on his face, and cracks appeared on his mask. The divine embryo body is really extraordinary. City Lord Xiao coldly spat out a sentence. Then his body shook, and a terrifying storm gushed out, sweeping away the surrounding black vines and revealing his true body. He also looked at the sky. I didn't expect that such a strange woman would come to save you. Lin Ling, your luck is really good. However, she might not be able to defeat me. City Lord Xiao roared angrily. The woman in the sky's dress fluttered in the wind. Her delicate little face was filled with indifference, and she held the huge divine axe in her hand, looking majestic. This made the eyes of the Heaven Pass Academy's experts brighten. What a beautiful goddess! In their hearts, the woman was too unique because a weapon like the axe would usually only appear on men. This was the first time they saw a woman holding such a domineering weapon. However, from a distance, it was extremely harmonious, giving the woman a different kind of beauty, like a goddess of war. She's here to help Lin Ling. Could she be his confidant? Chapter 4000. Rushing out of Heaven Pass City, Lin Ling smiled bitterly when he heard those voices. He knew that she was not his confidant. She was a crazy woman who could take his life at any time. That woman was Longyang. You can't die in the hands of these ants. If you want to die, you should die in my hands. Longyang looked at Lin Ling from the sky and said coldly. Lin Ling had said the same thing to her when he saved her from Wentian martial god. Now, she was returning the same words to Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling's bitter smile deepened. When he saved Longyang, it was because he felt that Longyang's talent was too terrifying. He couldn't bear to see her fall. After all, he also wanted a powerful genius to constantly motivate himself and make himself stronger. Who knew that he would be saved by his enemy today? How did you find me? Lin Ling asked immediately. Longyang did not speak. She raised her eyebrows, and a figure shot out from the black door in the sky. This person was tall and burly and wore a long cloak. Who else could it be but the Platinum Evil Spirit? When Lin Ling was fighting in the Phoenix Emperor Spring, the Platinum Evil Spirit had stayed on the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. He did not expect this guy to find him and even brought Longyang with him. Obviously, Dragon Lady knew that the Platinum Evil Ghost was his bodyguard. When she couldn't find him, she would follow the Platinum Evil Ghost, and she would definitely be able to find some clues. That was the truth. Thinking of this, the bitter smile on Lin Ling's face became even more intense. He never thought that even though the Glazed Empress was searching for him everywhere in the final world, Dragon Mother would be even more attentive than them and find him one step faster. There's not much time left. There are experts coming. Get lost. Longyang shouted angrily at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This loser was asking him to get lost? Longyang shouted angrily. She held a giant axe and descended from the sky. She looked at the city lord and viciously chopped down. Rumble. A giant trench was carved out on the ground. Heaven Pass City trembled as a terrifying storm swept out, carrying with it an unstoppable force. However, after everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, they all stared straight ahead. City Lord Xiao stretched out his hands and caught Longyang's giant axe. He said coldly, "Although the divine fetus is powerful, your cultivation level is too low. I said that you can't defeat me." As soon as he finished speaking, two ferocious divine powers rushed out from behind him. They were like wings that swept forward. As the wings swept forward, a black force erupted and turned into two huge walls, one on the left and one on the right, submerging Longyang. Lin Ling, find a chance and rush out. You don't have to thank me. I only helped you so that I can kill you in the future. Dragon Mother didn't choose to retreat when she saw the city walls closing in. Instead, she looked at Linling and said. Then she shouted, and the black dragon and black phoenix in the sky swam over. As soon as the dragon and phoenix arrived, the walls submerged Longyang. From afar, a tall black wall sat on the ground, towering into the clouds. Inside the wall, the outline of a woman could be faintly seen. However, at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a mural. Moreover, on the left and right of the woman, there were dragon and phoenix carvings. It was extremely mysterious. You overestimate yourself. City Lord Xiao coldly snorted in disdain as he stared at the mural. However, just as his voice faded, cracks appeared on the city wall. Next, a black axe light, carried by the dragon and phoenix, rushed out of the city wall and ruthlessly slashed at City Lord Xiao. Clang! The sudden attack was too fast. City Lord Xiao had not expected the woman, who was only at the initial stage of the martial god realm, to be able to break through his divine powers. Therefore, when the divine axe slashed at him, his mask shook and the lower half of his mask finally slid down, revealing half of his face. Boom! At the same time, the huge wall exploded. Amidst the flying debris, the black dragon and black phoenix circled around the woman. The woman held the giant axe in her hand and slashed at City Lord Xiao in an awe-inspiring manner. Linling, let's go. Almost at the same time, the woman shouted, Thanks. Linling did not waste any time and immediately rushed toward the city gate. City Lord Zhao's face changed drastically. At the moment, he could stop Linling. However, if he did, he would have to bear the blow from the woman's axe. The woman's axe was not to be underestimated, as it had cut off his mask. Bastard, Linling, can you only rely on women? He roared angrily and gave up on Linling. He used all his strength to block Longyang's attack and said sarcastically, When he was at his peak, he was stronger than me. However, I was able to break through your defense. What about him? To everyone's surprise, before Linling could speak, Longyang spoke coldly. Then, the giant axe slashed at him indiscriminately. Ancient Bell. City Lord Xiao knew that the giant axe was not as powerful as it was at the beginning. If he did not defend himself, he would be seriously injured. Therefore, a black light flowed around his body and continued to emit. In the end, it turned into a huge black ancient bell outside his body. 9 Scriptures of the Door Gods. This was a powerful ability he had obtained from the 7th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. It corresponded with his talent and complemented each other. According to legend, this ability came from the ancient era of the gods. Dong! Longyang's giant axe kept slashing on the ancient bell, causing a loud sound. The sound was so terrifying that it caused a large number of houses in Heaven Pass City to collapse. The weaker people were so intimidated that they vomited blood. At this moment, Linling had already leaped past City Lord Xiao, and the city gate was within his sight. Linling. Seeing that Linling was about to leave, City Lord Xiao was about to explode with anger. He knew that with Linling's departure, with his identity as the newcomer king, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. After all, Linling had killed Martial Godwin Tian, so his power was sealed. However, in the future, Linling would not be as powerless as he was today. It would be as simple as a finger for him to crush Xiao Sifang. He's leaving. Longyang also looked at Linling with an imperceptible smile. She obviously did not want Linling to die here. Then, she stared at City Lord Xiao and said indifferently, Although I can't defeat you, my goal is not to defeat you. Her words were like adding oil to the fire, making City Lord Xiao even angrier. At the same time, Linling finally rushed out of the city gate. In front of him was an endless void. It was mysterious and vast, like an endless sea, allowing Linling to swim freely. I'm finally out. A smile appeared on Linling's face. Then, he ran away without looking back. Seeing Linling leave freely, Longyang did not say anything. She also knew that Linling, who left this time, would definitely stir up a storm of blood when he returned. This is good. With this opponent, Long Yang, can become stronger. Long Yang mumbled to herself. Whoosh! Chapter 4001. The pursuers had arrived. While they were surprised, a large number of experts arrived from the sky after the time for an entire 3 incense sticks to burn. All of these experts were at the martial god realm, and the 10+ people in the lead were even extremely young. All of them wore divine and awe-inspiring armor. The divine sacred knights have arrived. After those people landed, a young man said coldly, "Where is Lin Ling?" They looked around and, of course, stared at Long Yang in the sky and frowned slightly. Obviously, they all knew Long Yang. Long Yang was also looking at them. Her eyes were slightly surprised, but she also turned and left coldly. He's already gone. At this time, City Master Xiao finally spoke. What? We received the news and rushed over as soon as possible. He escaped so quickly? Damn it. Hearing City Master Xiao's words, those people were obviously very angry. How long has he been gone? However, one person was extremely calm and asked City Master Xiao. About 3 incense sticks worth of time. City Master Xiao immediately said, "His power has been sealed. He shouldn't have escaped far. Chase after him." Hearing this, the eyes of the divine sacred cavalry lit up. Then, they charged towards the city gate in a grandiose manner. It's them. Seeing that group of people rushing out of the city gate, the Yuan heir's eyes narrowed because he knew that group of people. They were all experts from the 36 academies. They were ranked in the top 220 on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. They were extremely powerful, especially the young man in the lead. His name was Wen Nitian. His strength was monstrous and comparable to many city masters. He was a 10th grade divine sacred knight. If they catch up with Lin Ling, with Lin Ling's current strength, he is definitely not a match for this group of people. The Yuan heir was a little worried. In the sky, Long Yang stood quietly in front of the dark gate. Her eyes looked into the distance. She naturally knew the consequences of Lin Ling encountering this group of experts. However, she had already done what she could. The rest was up to Lin Ling himself. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward, causing the void to explode. He was also charging forward crazily because he knew that this pursuit was not over. At least before his seal was lifted, there would definitely be a lot of annoying flies. Sure enough, not long after Lin Ling started running, he immediately sensed the fluctuations behind him. Lin Ling, there are many martial god realm experts chasing after us. Their strength is not much weaker than the previous city lord. The giant ghost reminded Lin Ling. Moreover, they have locked onto you. Lin Ling immediately looked up, and the eye of chaos appeared. He could vaguely sense a pitch-black butterfly floating around him. It was faintly discernible and extremely mysterious. It was because of the butterfly's tracking that Lin Ling was exposed and locked on to the direction. If it was in the past, Lin Ling could have easily devoured the butterfly by releasing the evil ghost jellyfish. However, now that his Jie Yuan was sealed, the evil ghost jellyfish could not leave his body at all. At this moment, a large number of experts were shooting forward like shooting stars. Haha, found him. He is not far away. With our speed, we will be able to catch him in about an incense stick's time. Someone laughed excitedly, causing the others to laugh as well. They looked at the person who was shouting excitedly and said, Lu Fei, you have made a great contribution. They all knew that Lu Fei's methods were very strange. He could control the nether butterfly to monitor from a long distance. Ordinary people could not see through the black butterfly at all. Hee, the Empress has ordered us to capture Lin Ling. Everything else is up to us, including Lin Ling's divine embryo body. She only wants Lin Ling. During the Battle of Phoenix Emperor Mountain, Lin Ling displayed 2 divine embryo bodies. It was extremely powerful. If we can get the divine embryo body, we can rush into the top 100 on the divine stairway. We can follow the trial takers and create our own era. Currently, Lin Ling's strength is sealed. This is the best time to kill him. Everyone, let's speed up. The experts licked their lips excitedly. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, I'm coming to kill you. The young man called Lu Fei looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. He took the lead and rushed forward. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a loud explosion. Then Lu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. Everyone was stunned. That Lin Ling found my nether butterfly and destroyed it with a punch, Lu Fei said as he spat out blood. He gritted his teeth. One agile guy. Let's speed up. When Niqian's eyes turned cold as he sped up. He was there during the battle at the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, and he was shocked by Lin Ling's strength. He was jealous because Lin Ling was just a newcomer. How could he become so strong so quickly? They had been cultivating for hundreds and thousands of years, but they were only at the same level. Now, he finally had the chance to kill Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength sealed and Luli Empress's appearance, even the Snow Academy and Snow City did not dare to help Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to be like a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat up. Although he did not know why the Snow Academy was silent about this matter, it was obviously not what they should be thinking. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling was still running. He looked at the golden white evil spirit behind him with doubt in his eyes. According to the norm, the old woman and the others should know the existence of the golden white evil spirit. They should have followed the golden white evil spirit to find him. Then, he searched the golden white evil spirit's body and finally found a letter. After opening it, Lin Ling could not help but be stunned. The letter recorded the 4-star mission of the Trial of God. It said that Lin Ling could return to the final world and find Lei Gong. Only then would he be able to completely become the heavenly voice of the gods. Damn it! Seeing the letter, Lin Ling could not help but curse. Unknowingly, Lei Gong had already arranged a mission for him. He wanted Lin Ling to escape without relying on Lei Gong's strength and return to the final world to find Lei Gong. This was also the first time a trial taker would meet Lei Gong. After all, not every trial taker could meet a god. At that time, Lin Ling would be considered a 4-star trial taker and completely become the heavenly voice of the gods. He never thought that his great escape would also become a trial mission. Was Lei Gong abnormal? And for the trial mission, the experts on Lei Gong's side could not help him. He had to rely on himself. No wonder the old woman and the others did not dare to show up. Wasn't this trying to kill him, Lin Ling? While he was speechless, a large number of experts behind him were getting closer and closer. Lin Ling, run. If you have the ability, run far away. Damn it, you crippled my hell butterfly. Later, I will extract your body. Those people chased while cursing. They were very excited. Although the leader, one Nitian, did not say anything, the corners of his mouth curved into a sneer. In his eyes, the blue-robed young man in the distance was a treasure. He was a divine fetus body, and an innate divine fetus body. Even if they went to the major forbidden areas, they might not be able to obtain a divine fetus body. Chapter 4002. An army of thousands had come to meet him. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Ling approaching them, the experts could not help but burst out laughing. Even though some of them could not obtain the godly fetus body, they had heard that Lin Ling had a lot of treasures on him. He could be considered a treasure trove. As long as they participated in the hunt, they would be rewarded handsomely. Whoosh! However, as they were laughing, Lin Ling suddenly came to a stop and charged toward them. Before the crowd could react, he had grabbed a first-layer martial god and punched the guy a dozen times. In the end, the expert was beaten to death. This time, everyone stopped in their tracks. Their faces were unusually cold. Lin Ling was about to die, but he still grabbed someone to be his scapegoat. He was obviously trying to intimidate them. Lin Ling tossed the corpse to the side and looked at the group of people coldly. Aren't you tired of chasing after me like a dead dog? Die! You're courting death. Hearing this, the experts were enraged. However, when Nitian, who was their leader, waved his hand to stop them from talking nonsense, he said calmly, We're here on the orders of the gods to capture you. Lin Ling, you'd better surrender yourself. After all, I don't want to hurt our friendship. Friendship? Lin Ling did not even know them. They were here on orders to capture Lin Ling friendship. Friendship my ass. Lin Ling laughed and said word by word. He knew that this group of people were very strong, and he couldn't go against them at all right now. Moreover, even if he could, it wouldn't be long before even more experts would arrive. Therefore, it was going to be a tough battle. However, Lin Ling had decided that he would not give up until the last drop of blood was spilled. Very well. Since you don't care about our friendship, don't blame me. Remember, my name is Wen Nitian. Hearing this, Wen Nitian laughed sarcastically. Lin Ling did not appreciate his kindness. He shouted coldly, Lu Fei, he injured you. Go and capture him. With your current strength, Lin Ling is no match for you. Ha, it's my honor. The young man named Lu Fei smiled and walked out slowly. He tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. Newcomers, King Lin Ling? Sorry, we're all experienced experts. You should call us seniors when you see us. Now, let's teach you a thing or two. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge amount of boundary energy was released from his body, causing him to be in high spirits. Why didn't I see you so arrogant during the battle of Phoenix Emperor Mountain? Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. His words stunned Lu Fei. During the battle of Phoenix Emperor Mountain, Lin Ling's strength was terrifying. He was probably ranked first on the heavenly stairway. At that time, they did not dare to challenge him. If Lin Ling had not used his full strength to kill Wentian Martial God, they would not have had the chance today. You don't dare to speak? If that's the case, why don't you come and fight me in a month's time? I'll give you 3 moves. Seeing Lu Fei's ugly expression, Lin Ling laughed again. This time, Lu Fei still did not dare to speak. A month later, Lin Ling would be unsealed. At that time, he would not be a match for him. You don't dare to do this. You don't dare to do that. Is this what a senior is like? Lin Ling finally shouted. His voice was like thunder, shocking Wen Nitian and the others. Their faces twisted as if they were humiliated by Lin Ling. Although they were powerful now, it was obvious that they only dared to be arrogant when Lin Ling was weak. How dare he call himself a senior with such a temperament? Clearly, he was just a joke. You talk too much. Lu Fei was so humiliated that he could not speak, so he decided to attack. Seeing this, Lin Ling was also on guard. However, just as he was about to attack, a stream of light suddenly came from afar at a terrifying speed and appeared on Lu Fei's left side. Then, a huge cannon exploded violently and smashed into Lu Fei's left rib. Cannon fist. Rumble. The void exploded and shattered like glass. Then, a tall and sturdy man appeared in the void like a god. His legs were in a horse stance, and he was in a punching posture. Lu Fei, on the other hand, was directly beaten up by others to the point that he vomited blood and was sent flying. This time, when Nitian and the others frowned and stared at the mysterious man. However, someone recognized him. It's you, Canon God. What's the meaning of this? This has nothing to do with you. Leave immediately. In the future, I'll pay you a visit and reward you handsomely. The person who recognized Canon God knew that he was no weakling. Therefore, he did not want him to help Lin Ling and cause trouble. However, Canon God snorted in disdain. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and knelt down on one knee. Leader, I came too late. Bang! The sound of him kneeling was like thunder, causing Wen Nitian and the others to widen their eyes. Leader? What the hell? In fact, even Lin Ling was shocked. Although he knew who Canon God was, he had said it himself in the ancient Dragon Wasteland. After leaving the ancient Dragon Wasteland, all alliances would be dissolved. Canon God, are you blind? You actually called him leader? Motherfucker, do you really want to go against us? In the distance, Lu Fei finally stopped flying. He pointed at Canon God and cursed. He had been shot for no reason, so naturally, he was not in a good mood. You're the one who's blind. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Then, a divine eye appeared, causing space to distort. Next, a hand reached out from the distorted space and immediately grabbed Lu Fei, who had been taken seriously. The person who had grabbed his neck was a black-robed old man. The ninth god's eye. Seeing this, Lin Ling was shocked once again. His gaze swept across the entire space. Bang, bang, bang. Silhouettes began to appear one after another. More and more of them appeared, occupying the void like locusts. These people were powerful. Most importantly, there was a flag among them, with the words God Slayer Alliance written on it. Lin Ling's heart exploded, and his lips curled into a smile. Weren't these guys disbanded? Leader, following which, all the experts shouted in unison. Looking into the distance, there were still many experts flying over. This was like an order, and thousands of soldiers and horses came to meet them. Countless experts appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands, surrounding Wen Nitian and the others. At this moment, Wen Nitian and the others' faces were as white as a sheet of paper. Lin Ling, long time no see. However, the Godslayer Alliance wasn't the only one. On the other side, another large group of people had arrived. Upon closer inspection, every single one of them was a domineering existence. Moreover, there was also a flag fluttering in the wind. Heaven and Earth Alliance. Another overlord of the ancient dragon wasteland had arrived. The leader was a young man in white armor, carrying a long spear on his shoulder. Leading the experts of the Tiandi League, he walked over with a smile. Chapter 4003. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios stopped them. Lin Ling, you sure run fast. If it wasn't for your demon-like bodyguard, we wouldn't have been able to find you. Today, we are here to help you under the orders of the martial god. Young man. The young man in the lead smiled faintly. However, when he glanced at the experts beside Lin Ling, he smiled helplessly and said, however, it's obvious that the martial god is worrying too much. Because some people came earlier than us. Yes. Looking at the sky full of experts, when Nitian and the rest finally trembled, they knew that they wouldn't be able to catch Lin Ling today. In fact, how were they going to escape? That was a huge problem. Damn it, where did this Lin Ling get so many people from? They couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. The divine fetus was right in front of them. However, they couldn't touch it. You said that I was running away. Now, it seems like you're preparing to run away. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked coldly at Wen Nitian and the rest. When Nitian and the rest heard this, they quickly suppressed the anger in their hearts. Instead, they took in a deep breath. Some of the more cowardly ones were so scared that they almost knelt down. This was because there were close to 100,000 experts surrounding them. There were even a large number of martial god realm experts. No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. If I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? When Nitian finally couldn't hold it in any longer. However, as soon as he finished speaking, not to mention the people from the Godslayer Alliance, even the people beside him didn't believe him. Seeing that no one spoke, when Nitian cursed under his breath. Then he smiled. However, it was just a smile. He looked at Lin Ling and said, actually, we can talk. However, no one spoke. Instead, the 100,000 experts looked at Wen Nitian coldly. An invisible and oppressive atmosphere surged. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. The experts beside Wen Nitian trembled. At this moment, they couldn't wait for Wen Nitian to stop talking nonsense. The more he spoke, the angrier the experts around them became. Look at my hand. At this moment, Lin Ling finally raised his arm. This action caused Wen Nitian and the rest to shiver inexplicably. They were even more afraid now. Wait, someone shouted in surprise. The moment I wave my hand, your life and death will depend on luck. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and spoke indifferently. It was just a simple action, but it was enough to decide the fate of Wen Nitian and the others. This made them feel like they were dreaming, because they chased after Lin Ling all the way here and almost controlled his life. However, in the end, before they could enjoy the pleasure of controlling life and death, their lives had fallen into the hands of another. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, then let's fight one-on-one. If I win, then let me leave. What kind of hero are you if you rely on numbers? When Nitian swallowed his saliva and said coldly, what kind of hero was he? Everyone laughed sarcastically. That being said, if Wen Nitian didn't borrow Lin Ling's power to be sealed, would he dare to capture Lin Ling? At that time, He didn't call himself a hero. Kill. Finally, Lin Ling waved his arm down as if he was waving the flag of an army. Fight! When Nitian and the others gritted their teeth, they knew that the situation was no longer up to them. Just as they were about to move, a giant cannon shot towards them. Rumble. Seeing this, a blue ruler appeared in Wen Nitian's hand. He looked at the giant cannon and swung it down. The two sides collided, and the terrifying power sent Wen Nitian flying. His dantian shook, but he still laughed. Good. I will fight you for 300 rounds. As soon as he finished speaking, he aggressively held the blue ruler and wanted to fight with the person who had just arrived. However, that person smiled and didn't fight. On the other hand, the ninth god, beside him, stretched his neck and pounced. This was a tag team battle. When Nitian's eyes narrowed, and he was furious. You are bullying me with numbers, and you want to take turns? I don't accept this. We don't care if you accept it or not. However, since you don't like tag team battles, we could give you a chance. Hearing this, the ninth god, I smiled faintly. Okay, as long as it's not tag team battles, I will accept any other tactics. When Nitian quickly said, he was obviously trying to provoke these experts so that they wouldn't dare to surround and kill him. However, he didn't expect them to agree so quickly. We don't need tag team battles. We use numbers to fight. However, the ninth god eye's next sentence made Wen Nitian vomit blood, and so did everyone around him. That was because a tag team battle was still fine, as the opponents would take turns to attack. However, if it was a sea of people, it would be a nightmare. It would be like 100,000 people attacking together. Run. When Nitian spat out a mouthful of blood, he didn't care about anything else. He pulled the people behind him out to be his scapegoat, and then ran like crazy. Rumble. The people of the Godslayer Alliance attacked at the same time. Each spit was enough to drown Wen Nitian and the others. However, Wen Nitian was extremely cunning. He kept pulling the people around him to be his scapegoat. Finally, he used the chaos to escape. Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to that, because if he, Lin Ling, was at his peak, then he could annihilate that ant with a single finger. Thank you, everyone. Lin Ling looked at the people of the Godslayer Alliance with gratitude. Hee. All the leaders rubbed the back of their heads and chuckled. Lin Ling had always been the one to help them become stronger and become the overlords. Now, they finally had the chance to help their great leader. They felt that this was a great honor. Great leader, you should leave quickly. There will be more people coming soon. We will stay here and help you block those pursuers. Among the leaders, Chun Ting said with a smile. Okay. Lin Ling also knew that although his Godslayer Alliance was strong, if the Heaven Glaze was attracted, the Godslayer Alliance would be no match for it. Therefore, Lin Ling had to leave immediately. I will repay today's kindness in the future. Lin Ling bade farewell and flew into the distance. Great leader, when you come back, you must call us. Seeing Lin Ling leave, many leaders shouted. They had guessed that their great leader needed time to remove the seal. Once the seal was removed, their great leader would be able to return to the final world. Not long after Lin Ling left, a large number of experts came from behind. They were the people of the new Heavenly Court. What are you doing here? Get out of the way. When the people of the new Heavenly Court saw the countless experts of the Godslayer Alliance, their faces turned ugly. This was because these people were blocking the path ahead. We are looking at the stars. On the side of the Godslayer Alliance, laughter rang out in unison. It was so orderly that it shook the entire universe. Looking at the stars? Chapter 4004. A mysterious interface. The most disgusting thing was that these members of the Godslayer Alliance only blocked their path and didn't attack. This was also to anger them to death. Make way. Some experts of the new Heavenly Court couldn't hold it in any longer. Look at the stars. Look at my ass. You won't even let us look at the stars. That's too overbearing. However, if you want us to make way for you, there's no way. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then scram. The ninth god Ai's voice drifted out, brimming with tyranny. The members of the new Heavenly Court immediately fell silent. Fight! They couldn't win. Moreover, if the Godslayer Alliance managed to stall for time, by that time, Lin Ling would have already escaped to God knows where. However, if they didn't fight, they obviously couldn't chase after Lin Ling. You bunch of trash. Cowards. Come, brothers, let's drink and watch this group of cowards. Seeing that the new heavenly court's people didn't dare to attack and were only trembling in anger, the God Extermination Alliance's people sat down on the ground and started drinking. Their goal was to cover their leader's escape. They would delay for as long as they could. If the other party didn't dare to fight, they would be happy not to fight. As for the final world, Luli Empress stood on top of Mountain Peak and looked at the sky as if she could see through the sun, moon, and stars. A jade talisman appeared in her hand, and a voice kept drifting out of it. It was talking about everything about Lin Ling. She never imagined that Lin Ling didn't plan on staying in the final world. His opposition was to leave the final world, and this clearly disrupted her plans. Because she estimated that as long as Lin Ling still appeared in the final world, then his first purpose must be to return to Snow-Blowing City. Therefore, she heavily guarded the area around Snow-Blowing City. As long as Lin Ling dared to appear, she could capture Lin Ling before the experts of Snow-Blowing City found him. But who would have thought that Lin Ling did not go to Snow City at all? Instead, he went to Heaven Pass City and rushed out of the void under the obstruction of a large number of experts. A bunch of trash. Tian Lioli's complexion was incomparably gloomy. This was because she knew that once Lin Ling left the final world, he would be like a bird flying through the skies. Even if she knew where Lin Ling was, once she sent someone to capture him, Lin Ling would likely have escaped without a trace. It was like playing hide-and-seek. Their new heavenly court could only be led by the nose by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was leaping through the void. When he saw that there were no more pursuers behind him, Lin Ling finally relaxed. However, his eyes were cold. Right now, his strength was sealed. However, the moment the seal was undone, he would inevitably return to the final world, vowing to trigger a great disturbance. Although Luli Empress was very powerful and could borrow the life of God, if Lin Ling met Lei Gong, why would he be afraid of Luli Empress? The strength of my physical body has also recovered by about 70 to 80%. Only the realm essence in my dantian is left. One day later, Lin Ling finally sensed that the powerful strength in his body had recovered, and he also appeared in the region of the Western world. He was running around randomly because he knew that the seal in his body could be sensed by Luli Empress. Therefore, he couldn't stay in one place for too long. However, Lin Ling also took it as a vacation in passing. After running along the Western world for an entire month, Lin Ling appeared in an extremely ancient void. His eyes also flickered, because according to his speed, he was already very far away from the 9 provinces in this 1 month's journey. However, he didn't expect that this Western world seemed to have no end. Until now, Lin Ling still hadn't reached the end. Very clearly, this myriad worlds was much larger than he, Lin Ling, had imagined. What a familiar power. Then, Lin Ling's gaze suddenly landed on a world, because from that world, he sensed a familiar power. This power was grand and powerful like the brilliant might of heaven. Moreover, standing in the void, he could faintly hear Sanskrit continuously floating out. The power of Buddha God. Lin Ling's heart trembled. It seemed that this myriad worlds wasn't as weak as he had imagined. That world was probably somewhat extraordinary. Thinking like this, Lin Ling leaped down towards that world. And just as he arrived at this world, Lin Ling sensed a rich power of Buddha God. However, after sensing it carefully, that power of Buddha God wasn't pure. It even carried an indescribable grand power. Lin Ling had an illusion that this power was very similar to his step of great wisdom. Bang! Lin Ling finally landed and smashed into a mountain, causing the mountain to shatter. Because he had once again put on the Dragon God armor, he was also constantly stimulating the potential of the armor. Therefore, after he smashed down, the mountain couldn't bear his weight. Rumble. Amidst the rubble, Lin Ling slowly walked out with a smile. Then, He walked along the tall and dense forest. After walking for 2 hours, Lin Ling appeared at the top of a huge ancient tree. He stood there quietly, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. Below the ancient tree, the golden-white evil spirit was like a loyal bodyguard, standing there quietly and motionlessly. Lin Ling looked into the distance. There was an endless sea of trees in front of him. When the wind blew, layers of trees rolled like waves. It was extremely spectacular. In the end, these waves formed by the wind passed over Lin Ling and disappeared into the distance. And in that wind, Lin Ling also sensed that the power of Buddha God was even stronger. Then, Lin Ling's gaze suddenly fell on the endless sea of trees. Finally, there were traces of people there. He saw a woodcutter carrying firewood, singing a mountain song, and walking along the mountain path in a carefree manner. Interesting. Interesting. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he felt a little strange at his heart. This was because he clearly sensed that the woodcutter was very weak, but there was a mysterious power of Buddha God on the woodcutter. The power of Buddha God seemed to be protecting him. At that moment, Lin Ling disappeared from the ancient tree and reappeared not far from the woodcutter. Then, he smiled and walked forward. "Big brother, where is this place?" The woodcutter was stunned by the voice. After seeing Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile. "This is the Dao Forest." "Dao Forest?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and then he bowed to the woodcutter. Although the woodcutter looked very ordinary, Lin Ling felt that he was somewhat unfathomable. "This is also the Tilted Moon 3-star realm. May I know what business you have here?" The woodcutter smiled at Lin Ling, and his attitude towards Lin Ling was very polite. Lin Ling didn't expect the people of this realm to be so hospitable. He immediately smiled and said, "I'm here to learn from a master. May I know if there are any experts in this realm?" "Haha, there are many people who come here to learn from masters. However, if you want to learn from a master, you can go east. There is the ancestor of Buddha Dao there, and he is very powerful. If you can become his disciple, then you will definitely achieve the great Dao." The woodcutter smiled and said, "However, the ancestor of Buddha Dao rarely accepts disciples, so you don't have to be too hopeful. As the saying goes, if it's fated, then it will be. If it's not fated, then don't force it." Thank you, big brother. Chapter 4005. Buddha Dao City. What an interesting person. Lin Ling's heart sank as he watched the woodcutter leave. However, he soon discovered that the woodcutter had disappeared. It was as if he had disappeared into the vast sea of trees. During the entire process, Lin Ling did not notice it at all. "I didn't expect that just by randomly wandering around, I would end up in an ancient world." Lin Ling curiously followed the woodcutter's directions and headed east. Naturally, he did not come here to find a master. He was just curious about the Buddha God's power in this world. According to what he knew, the worlds in the 10,000 worlds could not be compared to the 9 continents. However, this world was clearly different. Therefore, it was very likely that this was a place where experts lived in seclusion. As he headed east, the number of people on the road increased. 2 hours later, with Lin Ling's speed, he finally arrived at a huge city. This city blocked the road ahead because behind the ancient city were towering mountains. White clouds fluttered in the air, making it impossible for people to know where to go. Lin Ling was also lost. Therefore, he decided to gather information in the ancient city. What surprised him was that this ancient city was called Buddha Dao City. Buddha Dao, Buddha Dao. It seemed to be Dao before Buddha. Martial Dao was also Dao. Buddhist Dao was also Dao. Dao and Buddha seemed to have the same root. After entering the city, Lin Ling felt a mysterious power enveloping the entire ancient city. The people in the city believed in Buddha Dao. Looking at the statue, the so-called Buddha God was dressed like an ancient Taoist. It had a kind face and 2 extremely long eyebrows. Moreover, after so many years, because of the belief, there was a mysterious power in the sky of Buddha Dao City. This power seemed to be floating like auspicious clouds. However, if it encountered a martial artist who could control this power, then this power could become a powerful attack. Unfortunately, The people of Buddha Dao City didn't notice this. Although there were people who practiced martial arts, their strength was very ordinary. As for the shops on the streets, there were also quite a number of martial arts and Taoist manuals for sale. Therefore, the martial arts atmosphere in the ancient city was rather ferocious. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about those ordinary Taoist books, so he didn't pay attention to them. After searching for a while, he didn't find any experts in the ancient city, so he found a restaurant to rest temporarily. The restaurant was called the Taoist Restaurant, and the business inside was very good. There's more to this world than meets the eye. The air is making me uncomfortable. After sitting down, the giant ghost said to Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling also noticed that the golden-white evil ghost also looked uncomfortable. It seemed that the Buddhist chi had affected them greatly. Bear with it. After all, I'm just passing by. Lin Ling immediately laughed. Because of Tian Liuli, he would not stay in any place for too long. At present, Lin Ling's physical strength had been completely restored, and with the help of the Dragon God armor, it was also slowly increasing. However, the seal of Jie-Yuan was still very strong. Relying on the devouring of the evil ghost jellyfish, this speed was still too slow. Sir, what would you like to order? Soon, the waiter walked over with a smile and looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. He could naturally see that Lin Ling's attire didn't seem to be a local. Good wine and good dishes, bring them all up. Lin Ling immediately laughed and asked, Do you accept gold here? His treasures were all sealed, so he could only find some gold. Of course, for the people in this city, gold seemed to be the most suitable for trading. Yes. The waiter's pupils constricted. How could they not accept gold? Because most people who came to eat usually gave silver. However, he was also a little suspicious of Lin Ling, so he smiled and said, I wonder how much gold do you have? Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a large amount of gold immediately scattered on the table. These gold were all found by him along the way in the mines in the mountains. After sprinkling it, the waiter's body trembled, and he almost wet himself. Then, his mouth smiled like a crescent moon, almost reaching his ears. He said respectfully, Sir, what wine and dishes do you want? I'll bring them all. The best wine, the best meat. Lin Ling also smiled and casually tipped the waiter with a few pieces of gold. To martial artists like them, gold was actually nothing more than dung. However, to the waiter and the others, this was a huge sum of money. He almost knelt down and called him ancestor. Then, he immediately ran out and took the lead to heat up the wine for Lin Ling. Then, he came up with the wine pot. Lin Ling took the wine pot and poured himself a cup. He drank it gently. The taste was not bad. Although it was not very strong, it had a fragrance. This is Dao fragrance wine, brewed from Dao fruits. When the waiter saw Lin Ling's appearance, he suddenly laughed. Lin Ling tipped another piece of gold, making the surrounding guests green with envy. Then, Lin Ling asked, Are there any Taoist temples nearby? He saw that the people in the city believe in Tao, Buddha, and God, so he guessed that there should be some Taoist temples. Yes. However, sir, you must have come from afar and want to pay your respect to Tao, Buddha, and God. I heard that Tao, Buddha, and God are in the clouds of Mount Zhongnan. Only those who are fated with Tao and Buddha can see them. The waiter said with a face full of admiration. However, over the years, many people have wanted to see the Tao, Buddha, and God and learn the great skills. However, because of fate, most of them ended up with no results. Instead, many people died in the deep mountains and forests. Oh, Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, I wonder where Mount Zhongnan is. Due south. Yes. The waiter pointed at the window, and Lin Ling noted it down. Then, Lin Ling drove the waiter away and drank alone. Although the myriad worlds are weak, there are many ancient legends about gods. If that Tao God really exists, then he must have existed since the era of gods. Yes, the giant ghost whispered from the side. Because it was hidden in Lin Ling's clothes, no one noticed it. Yes, although the current era is the era of the 4 great gods, how can there only be 4 in the vast universe? Yes, Lin Ling nodded. As far as he knew, there were 2 gods. One was treasure god Nanwu Fengyu, and the other was god Emperor Zhanggang. Moreover, there was another person in his heart, the blue-robed youth who recommended him to Qin province. Linling guessed that this youth was also a god. Moreover, Venerable Si Kaming was following this youth, and he didn't know how he was doing right now. The universe was vast and boundless, and it was broad and profound. Many things were not as simple as they appear to be. Other things aside, the birthplace of God, Wuxia, that Linling guessed, was probably hiding endless secrets. Chapter 4006. Buying a guard. Seeing this, Linling couldn't help but laugh. The young master and his 4 guards sat down casually. His gaze swept across the room and suddenly fell on Linling's side. Then, he actually walked over to them. Linling was confused. He didn't understand why the young master was walking over. "Hey, is this your guard?" The young master stopped and narrowed his eyes. Linling was even more confused. At the same time, he looked at the golden-white evil spirit behind him and nodded. "Yes. Do you have any objections?" "No, your guard has caught my eye. I want to buy it. Name a price." Who would have thought that the young master was here to buy a guard? Linling couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. He asked, "Why are you interested in my guard?" One must know that the golden-white evil spirit was wearing a cloak that concealed its aura. Although it was tall, it was impossible to determine its strength. Unless the young master's eyes were very sharp, he could see the golden-white evil spirit's strength. Because it's tall. In the end, the young master nodded directly. So, it was really because of its height. Linling was speechless and said, "I'm sorry, I can't afford this guard no matter how much money I have." The golden-white evil spirit was a martial god realm evil spirit. Naturally, it wasn't something these mortals could buy. However, the young master misunderstood Linling's meaning and suddenly said proudly, 100,000 gold taels. The moment these words fell, the entire restaurant was shocked. 100,000 gold taels to buy a guard? You could buy a small town with that amount of money. Hearing this, Linling still shook his head. 100,000 gold taels? If he had the heart to go mining, he could get 1,000,000 gold taels in an incense stick's time. Seeing this, the young master raised the price again. 300,000 gold taels. This was a sky-high price. The entire restaurant was in an uproar. If they had that guard, they would have offered it up with both hands long ago. However, Linling still shook his head. This time, the young master was dumbfounded. Not even selling for 300,000 gold taels? He glared at Linling and saw that Linling was smiling without saying anything. In the end, he also knew that the guard couldn't afford it. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a crafty and harsh voice suddenly sounded. "Young Master Lin, I have to say that you are really rich. If you want guards, I can sell them to you. Why would you want to sell some embroidered pillows that look tall and mighty, but are actually useless?" In the restaurant, a young man who seemed to have an extraordinary identity laughed. An embroidered pillow? Everyone immediately knew that the person he was talking about was naturally the tall bodyguard behind Linling. "Your guards don't look very tall." The radish-headed young master immediately looked over, and his gaze landed on the 2 guards behind the young man. However, compared to Linling's guards, the 2 guards were indeed not tall and fierce. Haha, guards are used to protect themselves. Being tall and big is useless. You have to know how to fight and resist. It's not that I look down on the tall bodyguard, but that kind of trash can be dealt with by my guard with one punch. The young man said contemptuously. His words also made Linling look at him. However, Linling sensed a strong Buddha's power from him, and that Buddha's power came from the jade pendant hanging around the young man's neck. "Sir, where did you buy that jade pendant?" Linling's eyes flashed as he asked immediately. "Your dog eyes are not bad. My jade pendant has been blessed by the Buddha. Naturally, it is not an ordinary item. However, do I have to answer your question? I usually don't talk to characters like cats and dogs." The young man drank and immediately said disdainfully. Linling shook his head. Naturally, he wouldn't argue with such a small character. He was only curious about the origin of the jade pendant. However, I will give you a chance. However, at this moment, the young man took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling again. What chance? Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile. When a young man heard that, he immediately revealed an unfathomable smile. I will give you a chance to act tough. If your guard can withstand one punch from my guard, I will tell you where the jade pendant came from. It was obvious that he wanted to sell his guard to the radish-head young master. He wanted to use Lin Ling's guard to prove himself. However, this was normal. Of course, he wanted to sell his guard for 300,000 taels of gold. Hearing that, Lin Ling said with a smile, "Are you sure you want to fight with my guard?" "Huh." The young man also laughed and looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Then, he looked at the radish-head young master and said, "I will show you what a real guard is." Long Hu showed them. As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards behind him immediately walked out. They were 8 meters tall and had solid muscles. Then their bodies shook. Crash! Their clothes were torn apart, revealing their rock-like muscles. The crowd gasped in fear. How ferocious! The young man was obviously enjoying the crowd's surprise. He said calmly, "My Dragon Guard and Tiger Guard are all capable of fighting against 100 enemies. They once killed Nanshan Hu alone." Wow! Without a doubt, another uproar broke out. Before the crowd could finish speaking, a saber appeared in the young man's hand and slashed at one of the guards. Clang! The saber was broken, but the guard was fine. That's too impressive. He is impenetrable. The astonished voices in the restaurant grew louder. The young man nodded proudly. "Do you see that? This is a Real guard. Look at that embroidered pillow." Haha, it's not that I'm looking down on him, but he really knows nothing about the word guard. "Kid, do you know how powerful I am now?" After saying that, he glanced at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He finally signaled the Platinum Demon behind him with his eyes. The Platinum Demon slowly stepped forward and walked toward the two bulky guards. "So what if you are bulky? I think after my punch, these guards will be so scared that they will kneel and beg for mercy." Seeing the Platinum Demon walking toward them, the two guards had a look of disdain. At that moment, the Platinum Demon moved. It did not seem to do much, but it gently lifted its cloak. Instantly, the face of an evil spirit appeared. Moreover, it was only visible to the two guards. The moment they saw it, the arrogant guard turned pale with fright. "Oh my God! Spare me! It looks like it wants to eat me." They roared in unison and fell to the ground in fright. One of them even wet his pants, while the other scrambled to hide behind the young man. His body was trembling. The crowd was dumbfounded. Aren't guards supposed to protect their masters? Why are they hiding behind their masters? Furthermore, why are the guards who can kill a tiger so scared that they wet themselves? As for the young man, he was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to roar, the Platinum Demon walked toward him and lifted its cloak again. The young man was furious, but when he saw the Platinum Demon's appearance, his mouth opened wide and his pupils bulged. Following that, urine kept dripping from between his legs. That scared me. Chapter 4007. An Ancient Great God. Silence. The restaurant instantly fell into a deathly silence. Although they didn't know what had happened, everyone could tell that the tall guard was very powerful. He didn't need to use force. Just by looking at him, he seemed to have scared the three people to the point of peeing their pants. "Now, can you tell me where your jade pendant came from?" At this moment, Lin Ling also smiled as he looked at the young man. "Brother, ancestor, brother, hero, no, father." The young man hid under the table and said in a sobbing voice, "Can you take this monster away first?" Seeing this, Lin Ling gave the golden-white evil spirit a look, and the golden-white evil spirit slowly walked back. I'll tell you. I bought it from the Bodhi Cave. My father knew a Tao child there, so he bought it from him." Only then did the young man shout anxiously, as if he was afraid that he would be eaten by the golden-white evil spirit if he was too slow. "Where is the Bodhi Cave?" Lin Ling asked again. "Mount Zhongnan," the young man replied. It was Zhongnan Mountain again. It seemed that he had to make a trip to this place. Without any intention of staying, Lin Ling left with the golden white demon. But the moment he walked out of the restaurant, he suddenly stopped and asked with a smile, "I wonder whose guard is an embroidered pillow?" His words caused the restaurant to fall silent. The young man opened his mouth. In truth, there was no need for him to answer. Everyone knew whose guard was the real embroidered pillow. "Wait for me." As for the radish-headed young master, he came to his senses and rushed out of the restaurant to find Lin Ling. However, when he rushed out, he didn't see anyone. Lin Ling had already disappeared. This made him feel extremely regretful. He knew that he had missed out on an expert with remarkable abilities. At this moment, Lin Ling had already appeared in the sky. He looked in a certain direction and then flew over. He was getting more and more curious about Mount Zhongnan. Lin Ling's speed was very fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the sky above the endless mountains outside the city. However, just as he was flying in the direction of Zhongnan Mountain, a powerful force suddenly surged and submerged Lin Ling's body. It made his body feel as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and he could no longer fly. Bang! Lin Ling finally smashed into the ground, and his expression changed greatly. His current physical strength had reached the power of 40,000 worlds. Destroying this world was a simple matter. However, that power was able to suppress him. Furthermore, he could clearly see that the power was the clouds in the sky. There are indeed experts in this world. Bodhi Cave, Tao, Buddha, and God. Lin Ling said in shock. After that, he stopped flying and walked towards the direction of Mount Zhongnan. However, even though he was walking, that kind of power was still not weak. It made Lin Ling feel like he could not move an inch. Moreover, Lin Ling could clearly smell the scent of sandalwood around his body. He could also hear the chanting of Buddhist scriptures. In the direction of his gaze, the mountain in front of him shone with a treasure light. The treasure light soared into the sky, forming waves of strange Tao seals. Testing me, Lin Ling instantly understood the enemy's intention. He clenched his teeth and continued to advance along the ancient mountain. The mountain was vast, as if there was no end. As Lin Ling continued to advance, the mysterious pressure became stronger and stronger. If it was anyone else, they would have long given up. However, Lin Ling had practiced martial arts since he was young. His perseverance and tenacity were extraordinary. Once he decided on something, he would not turn back until he hit the mountain. Right now, he wanted to see what secrets this Mount Zhongnan was hiding. Unknowingly, spring passed and autumn came. Flowers bloomed and withered. The ancient mountain was first green and lush. Then, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Following that, the flowers and plants withered and turned yellow. Finally, snow sealed the mountain. However, in the mountain, two lonely figures, one in front and one behind, continued to advance towards Mount Zhongnan. After an unknown period of time, a huge statue finally appeared in front of them. This statue was hidden in the endless mountain. Only the upper part could be seen. However, it was magnificent and huge. It was even more majestic than the ancient mountain. Lin Ling also raised his eyes. His eyes lit up. He had finally arrived. That ancient stone statue was the image of a Buddha. It was exactly the same as the one enshrined in the city. The statue sat there quietly, as if it was looking at the entire universe. Its body was simple and modeled. However, Lin Ling felt an extremely familiar power from it. "Those who enter my door, kowtow for 3,000 years. A voice that was as majestic as the heavens suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's heart. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. It was obvious that he had gained the recognition of the Taoist, Buddha, and God by walking all the way to Mount Zhongnan. Moreover, the other party had taken him, Lin Ling, as a disciple. Because those who enter my door, kowtow for 3,000 years. Master, I wonder which door this is and why you want to take me as a disciple." Lin Ling frowned and suddenly asked, because from the beginning he had only come out of curiosity. However, he did not expect that the more he dug, the more he felt that this place was mysterious. Now, the other party suddenly wanted to take him as a disciple. He clearly could not react in time. This is the Bodhi door, 3 stars realm. The huge Taoist Buddha god finally opened his eyes, and an ancient majestic aura emanated from him. I am Patriarch Bodhi. Patriarch Bodhi. Lin Ling's pupils trembled fiercely. It was actually an ancient deity. Naturally, he had heard of this name before. Patriarch Bodhi was an ancient mythical figure in Wuxia. Not only was he the master of the great sage, heaven's equal, but he was also an extremely mysterious existence in the entire world of gods. According to legends, Patriarch Bodhi was a great deity who had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Moreover, he did not have many disciples. However, each of them was an extremely powerful existence in the mythical era. Lin Ling could not help but feel confused. Firstly, he did not expect that there would really be an ancient deity in the universe. Secondly, he did not expect to meet an ancient deity by randomly wandering around and be accepted as a disciple by the other party. All of this was too sudden. It felt unreal. You cultivate the Bodhi Dao, proving divine technique. This is the fate between you and me. In fact, you did not accidentally barge in here. It was the Bodhi Dao, proving divine technique, that brought you here. In today's world, there are 49 people who cultivate this divine technique. Only 18 people have found this place. The great Tao of the universe has karma. For you to be here, that is karma. Perhaps all of this is related to the will of the world. The old voice floated over again. It was as if an ancient deity was looking at a child. That child was Lin Ling. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He digested the information he had learned. Finally, he faced the distant mountain and kowtowed. Disciple greets master. Bodhi Dao, proving divine technique, was purchased from the shop of gods. Very few people knew about this. However, Patriarch Bodhi was very clear about it. Based on this point alone, Lin Ling believed him. Furthermore, Patriarch Bodhi was a Buddha deity. This meant that he was proficient in both Tao and Buddhism. You are quite astute. After so many years, among the disciples I have taken in, only that monkey is comparable to you. However, you're not my disciple yet. Chapter 4008. Kowtowing in front of Buddha for 3,000 years, looking back on the mortal world and not becoming an immortal. Junior understands. Lin Ling lifted his head and stared at the ancient great god. From the stone sculpture, he could feel a sacred aura. This aura was even stronger than the aura of Emperor God Zhonggang and the others in the past. Patriarch Bodhi, his mind was filled with thoughts. At present, he was sure that he did not accidentally break into this place, but was brought here by the Bodhi Dao, confirming divine art. It could even be said that Patriarch Bodhi had personally brought him here. Then, Lin Ling smiled bitterly in his heart. This was the master of the great sage, heaven's equal. He did not expect to meet such a character in this life. It had to be known that in ancient myths, this ancient great god was comparable to the legendary Buddha. Moreover, Patriarch Bodhi and Buddha were fellow disciples of the same sect. In ancient times, he was also known as Taoist Junyi. But no matter what, it was rare to meet such an ancient great god. Lin Ling naturally would not miss this opportunity. Lin Ling also had a feeling that this ancient great god suddenly meeting him was related to the will of the world. Kowtow in front of Buddha for 3,000 years. As Lin Ling was pondering, Patriarch Bodhi's voice floated over again. Then, the huge statue in the distance finally dimmed and returned to being an ordinary statue. Lin Ling was surprised at first, but he instantly understood. If he wanted to become Patriarch Bodhi's disciple, he needed to kowtow in front of Buddha for 3,000 years. In this life, Lin Ling did not bow to the heavens or the earth, but to this ancient great god, Patriarch Bodhi. He felt that it was worth bowing to. After all, this ancient great god came from China. In his heart, he was also someone from Lin Ling's hometown. Immediately, Lin Ling knelt down. To a martial artist, 3,000 years was not a long time. But to Lin Ling, It was all the time he had to practice martial arts. So when he knelt down, all kinds of memories suddenly rose around Lin Ling, ancient face sect, Heaven Mystics Kingdom, 7 profound martial house, 6 great holy lands, the 3 mysteries of the human world, gradually to Qing province, Spirit province, Yin province, and the final world. Life was like a mayfly dream. Looking back at everything, it was as if everything was just floating clouds. Only by severing one's mortal roots could one achieve the great Tao. Lin Ling's heart suddenly trembled. Only now did he know that the so-called 3,000 years of kowtowing before Buddha was not to test Lin Ling's sincerity, but to make Lin Ling forget everything that had happened in the past 3,000 years. By severing all of his memories, he would be able to step onto the great Tao and take Patriarch Subhoodie as his master. The so-called great Tao was nothing. Possessing a person's memories was not considered nothingness. How could it be called a great Tao? The so-called great Tao was absolute emptiness. Severing everything from mortals and clearing everything from mortals was the true great Tao. The true great Tao could also be seen as a gust of wind, a leaf, a mountain, or even a speck of dust. Lin Ling's heart was constantly shaken, and his pupils were also constantly changing. If he could become a disciple of an ancient great god, his future would be limitless. He, Lin Ling, will be able to surpass the era of gods and become a god from the ancient era. However, to make him forget the past 3,000 years, Yu, Xin Yuanga, Lin, Grandpa, Qin Xiaolan, Lu Susu, and the others were waiting for Lin Ling's return in Qingzhou, as well as the years of battle in the past. He had to forget Tian Lioli. Bang! Lin Ling suddenly stood up. His back was straight, and his gaze was like lightning. He raised his head to look at the ancient stone statue, and there was a look of rejection in his eyes. He obviously couldn't do it. "Senior, I'm sorry," Lin Ling said in a low voice. Then he bowed slightly, looked at the endless mountain, and turned to continue forward. After kowtowing before Buddha for 3,000 years, he would not be a deity when he looked back on the mortal world. If he, Lin Ling, had to give up everything for the past 3,000 years for the sake of the ancient great Tao, Lin Ling would rather stay in the mortal world. This was also Lin Ling's own Tao. Sigh. In the sky, a long sigh came and gradually disappeared. However, in the lonely mountain, Lin Ling went back the way he came. Wearing a large cloak, he was like a lonely and determined martial artist in the vast world, searching for the limits of the martial Tao. Every disciple of mine is different. Wukong entered Buddhism through Tao. This is his great Tao. He entered Tao through martial arts. This is also his great Tao. The ancient voice drifted through the sky like the wind. Unfortunately, the man in the distance didn't hear it. He was leaving the ancient myth step by step. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers bloomed and wilted. At the foot of the ancient mountain, the man gradually seemed to disappear from the world. In the ancient mountain, countless ancient trees towered into the clouds, green and lush. The sound of Sanskrit drifted across the sky like a gust of wind, causing the dense leaves to ripple like waves in the sea. The endless Sanskrit quietly entered Lin Ling's body, cleansing everything. The seal in his body bloomed with a red light, sacred and supreme. Then the light turned yellow. Looking carefully, 2 Bodhi lights, one red and one yellow, appeared in the man's dantian, constantly expelling the seal. At this moment, in the void above the Western world, a large number of figures appeared there. The person in the lead was valiant and formidable, wearing a white dress. Her every movement carried an irresistible might of heaven and earth. Her eyes carefully looked at the nearby interfaces, but her brows furrowed, and she was Luli Empress. This appeared. However, what made her unhappy was that Lin Ling's aura had disappeared. He had disappeared in the nearby interfaces. She was shocked. Could it be that Lin Ling had broken the seal? However, even if he had broken the seal, she should still be able to sense Lin Ling's aura. Unless someone was helping Lin Ling destroy all of these realms. Then, Lily Empress coldly shouted, Behind him, a terrifying aura spread out, bringing with it destruction. It was as if it was going to destroy all the nearby realms. However, at this moment, an invisible big hand appeared in front of Luli Empress's eyes and kept expanding, slowly grabbing towards her. Luli Empress's pupils constricted. Her gaze turned, but she discovered that she did not sense that big hand grabbing towards her and was still rushing towards the various interfaces. However, she saw it and discovered that she was imprisoned and could not move at all. Her mind instantly shook, remembering what her master had said to her before. Because of the appearance of the world's will, many ancient great gods had already awakened. Forget it, go back. Go. She suddenly let out a low shout. Empress, go. The people who were originally rushing forward all frowned at this moment, because they wanted to destroy the nearby interfaces and search for Lin Ling. But the Empress suddenly said to go back. Yes, go. Then, they did not dare to disobey that order and immediately flew back towards the Empress. At the same time, Luli Empress discovered that the mysterious big hand suddenly disappeared. That big hand appeared as if it was invisible, but it also disappeared without a trace. With her strength, she actually did not sense it at all. Cold sweat quietly flowed out of her forehead. Chapter 4009. The power had returned. Go back. Then, Luli Empress said indifferently. She took a deep look at the ancient void and left with her people. In the ancient mountains, Lin Ling led the golden-white evil spirit and the others forward. After an unknown period of time, an ancient city finally appeared in front of them. It was the Buddha Dao city. Looking at the bustling city, Lin Ling immediately felt as if he had returned to the human world. He couldn't help but look back at the endless mountains and shake his head helplessly. I'm back. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Although he had missed out on the ancient grand god, Lin Ling felt even better for some reason. It was as though a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Gods are also divided into ranks. That one could be said to be an ancient great god. The giant ghost suddenly said with a solemn expression. He had always been vicious, but at this moment he revealed a rare, solemn expression. I know, and I know even more about his background. Hearing this, Lin Ling chuckled, causing the giant ghost's expression to change. It looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, because even it didn't know the specific origin of that ancient great god, but Lin Ling knew his origin. It had been by Lin Ling's side for quite some time, and had witnessed Lin Ling's various miracles with its own eyes. This made it very curious. Could it be that Lin Ling was really the reincarnation of some god? Otherwise, how could he know the origin of that ancient god? Seeing the giant ghost's shocked expression, Lin Ling shrugged, not bothering to explain. The reason why he knew about it was naturally not because he was the reincarnation of some ancient god, but because he had read too many mythological novels and television dramas when he was young. However, this also made him certain that Wuxia was the birthplace of God. Let's go back. After that, Lin Ling's mood became very good. However, after taking a few steps, Lin Ling was shocked to discover that the seal in his body had been undone. Terrifying world essence surged within his 6 dantians, allowing him to go from a mortal to a deity in a single step. The seal is broken. Lin Ling could not help but become excited. The powerful force in his body made Lin Ling feel like he was in control of the entire world. The 2 divine embryos, the various ultimate desolate physiques, and the surging realm essence made him feel that he could easily defeat a middle-stage martial god. He even estimated that he had already charged into the top 100 of the divine ranking. I didn't expect that I would encounter such an opportunity by accident. If I didn't come here, I'm afraid that it would take a few more years for my seal to be lifted. Lin Ling sighed as he looked at the sky. It was as though he was looking at the endless void. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Tian Lioli wanted to catch him, but she clearly failed. And after Jie Yuan recovered, unless Tian Lioli personally came, it would not be difficult for Lin Ling to escape unscathed, even if he could not defeat the other experts. Tian Lioli should be a trial taker, and her level is not low. She is highly valued by the deities. Lin Ling said in a low voice. Tian Liuli had been cultivating for too long, and she was the most powerful of the three from the Tian family. The difficulty of killing her had doubled. However, Lin Ling did not mind. That was because others needed 10,000 years to reach the martial god realm from an ordinary warrior. However, Lin Ling only needed 3,000 years. If Lin Ling was given 10,000 years, Lin Ling would have long surpassed Tian Liuli. Lin Ling had the Chaos Divine skill, so his potential was definitely several times stronger than Tian Liuli. Qingzhou and Snow City have Lei Gong's protection. I'm not in a hurry to return. Why don't I increase my strength here? Then, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and slowly began to comprehend. Beside him, the giant ghost also revealed a rare smile. It was happy for Lin Ling because it knew that Lin Ling had experienced many hardships during this period of time to recover his full strength. If it was anyone else, they would have given up long ago and been captured alive by Tian Liuli. And this was the price of destroying a deity. Destroying one of the 9 provinces' 10 great martial gods would definitely require some sort of price. After all, with Lin Ling's current strength, it was not enough to fight against the 9 provinces' 10 great martial gods. However, Lin Ling had done it. He had even escaped unscathed. This kid might be able to bring me back to the last level of the 8 gods' celestial palace. The giant ghost was looking forward to Lin Ling even more. It faintly felt that the current era was slowly recovering. Looking at the trend, it was actually half as glorious as the era of the deities. And in the recovering era, experts would be born in the ancient void like carps crossing the river. Some people ventured into forbidden lands and obtained great opportunities. Their strength was on a completely different level. Some people rushed into God's legacy grounds and obtained the inheritance of a deity, reaching the heavens in a single step. The era was quietly rising, and the era of its peak was slowly appearing. However, the more prosperous the era, the more likely it was that a star would appear. The giant ghost could not help but look at Lin Ling, who was cultivating. Its eyes were twinkling because this was definitely a new deity that had appeared. This made it feel like it had returned to a long, long time ago. Its remnant memories seemed to be telling it that it had experienced such exciting times back then. 6 Dantians, 2 divine embryos for ultimate desolate bodies. Tyrannical singing sword, true heritage dark sword. Great solar calamity, vanquishing bow, divine steps. My Bodhi testimony divine technique has improved. At this moment, Lin Ling was constantly sensing the changes in his body. Following that, he could not help but be stunned. The Bodhi testimony divine technique had reached the 2nd level. This was the yellow Bodhi's 1,000-armed Guanyin. Guanyin's 1,000 hands shaking the universe. In addition to the 1st level's red Bodhi text, Heavenly Sovereign Shu, 6 paths of myriad movement controlling wind and cloud. This meant that Lin Ling could release 2 strands of the power of God. In addition to the true heritage dark sword's power of God, Lin Ling possessed 3 strands of the power of God. This was a pleasant surprise. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that this sudden change was due to Patriarch Bodhi. Although I can't become his disciple, that senior is still my benefactor. Lin Ling was moved. This was because he knew how difficult it was to produce a strand of the power of God. Otherwise, martial god Qilin would not have held onto the true heritage dark sword. His goal was to obtain that strand of the power of God. Currently, my realm has stabilized. However, the boundary essence of a martial god is truly terrifying. It's more than 10 times stronger than a martial progenitor. Back when I was a martial progenitor, I was able to defeat a martial god because of my endless Dantian. Now, to produce a 7th Dantian, I'll need even more resources. Lin Ling checked the treasures and found that there weren't many treasures left. In the Battle of Deity Vanquishing, Lin Ling had used all his trump cards to kill martial god Wen Tian. Of course, the price was that he had used all his treasures. Chapter 4010. Activate the God's Legacy Treasure. Although I've used up all my treasures, I still have the Bodhi Testimony Divine Art. This divine art is constantly increasing my soul force. Now that my soul force has reached 25,000 steps, the Dragon God Battle Armor is also increasing my Dragon God talent and physical strength. The next time I unlock the Dragon God Battle Armor, I'll be able to feel the effects. The only thing I lack the most right now is the cultivation resources required for Jieyuan. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Next, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the divine inheritance treasure. He had reached the martial god realm. This time, he should be able to open the treasure. Immediately, he condensed all the realm essence in his body and drew runes out of thin air. There were a total of 10 types of talismans, and what Lin Ling was currently using was merely the first type. Are you going to open it? Next to him, the giant ghost was also filled with anticipation. This was because he knew that this treasure was prepared to become a god. It could be said that with this inheritance, one would definitely become a god in the future. Bang, bang, bang. A dull sound came from the void, and then it was opened by Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to stare blankly for a moment before he suddenly understood. This divine inheritance was accompanied by the advancement of one's cultivation level. From there, it would unlock a treasure trove until one completely became a deity. When the first treasure trove was opened, 3 items appeared. One was an exquisite box with a crystal shard and a palm-sized butterfly. Only 3 treasures. Beside him, the giant ghost was immediately disappointed. Don't be disappointed, because there are 10 treasures in total. The treasures in the beginning are naturally the weakest. After all, when the deities in the past had just become martial god, they didn't have many treasures. However, Lin Ling did not care and took out the 3 treasures from the void. First, he opened the exquisite box and immediately found 10 thumb-sized sparkling stones lying inside. They looked extremely mysterious. This is? Lin Ling was immediately puzzled. Lin Ling, you've picked up a treasure because this is a godstone. The giant ghost beside him was very knowledgeable and immediately said excitedly, Divine stone. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He had naturally heard of this treasure before. It was said that it was left behind from the era of gods. During the great war of the gods in the past, it was left behind by the gods. Refining it could increase one's own divine power. And 10 pieces. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that a single godly stone was priceless, let alone 10. Although the god stone could not be used for cultivation, it would not be difficult to exchange it for cultivation resources. In other words, Lin Ling had enough resources to achieve the second layer martial god realm. Unfortunately, the divine treasures assessment was based on the amount of qi a martial god needed. However, Lin Ling had 6 stanchions. It was clearly not enough for him to break through to the next level. Perhaps the god who left behind the inheritance treasure didn't expect that the person who obtained his treasure would have 6 stanchions. This divine stone can be used to refine and increase my divine power, Lin Ling said with a smile. The attack, defense, and speed brought by divine power were not much weaker than innate talents. However, innate talents were innate, while divine power was cultivated. Those who possessed divine power could use it to fight against those with divine fetus. Divine embryos can also be divided into high, mid, and low, corresponding to high gods, mid gods, and low gods. The divine embryos of low gods can never compare to the divine embryos of mid gods. Thus, when many low gods upgrade their divine embryos, they also cultivate divine energy, using divine energy to make up for the difference between high gods and low gods. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling nodded and suddenly asked, Can you tell what level my lightning element divine fetus is? In the era of gods, there were too many gods with lightning element divine fetus. I can't tell what your lightning element divine fetus is at the moment. However, I estimate that its potential is not weak. It might be a 10th grade divine fetus among lower gods. Since you've just been born, it should only be a first-grade divine fetus. As for the human sovereign's flame, this is a middle god's divine fetus. It's still at the lower god level, so it's still a first-grade divine fetus. However, you can continue to refine it and increase its power. The giant ghost said slowly. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly blazed. It seemed that his two divine fetus talents were not weak. Next, Lin Ling picked up the second treasure. It was a crystal fragment the size of his palm. Haha, Lin Ling, this divine inheritance treasure is really thoughtful. First, it gives you the cultivation resources you need to break through. Then it gives you the comprehension you need to cultivate. This fragment is called God's Fragment. It contains the essence of a god's comprehension of martial arts. Those who refine it can greatly improve their martial arts foundation. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling couldn't help but be delighted. Although he had lived 2 lives and had a lot of experience in cultivation, he had obviously surpassed Xianxia in his previous life. The path of martial arts that awaited him was a path that even Xianxia had not walked before. He had to explore and create his own path. Therefore, this god's fragment was very important to Lin Ling. I have the cultivation resources and the comprehension of martial arts. What's next? Looking at the last butterfly-like treasure, Lin Ling licked his lips and looked at it from head to toe. This butterfly was purple in color. Lying on Lin Ling's palm, it seemed to be breathing and emitted a mysterious melody. What a pity. Although this divine inheritance treasure has given you a lot, it's only for cultivating ordinary gods. These treasures are far from enough for you, Lin Ling. Because if you become a god, Lin Ling, you won't be an ordinary god. At this time, the giant ghost suddenly said, if the gods of the same realm were divided into 9 grades, then Lin Ling would definitely be a 9th grade existence. For example, when Lin Ling was still a martial ancestor, he was able to kill martial gods because he was a 9th grade existence. Since Lin Ling had stepped into the martial god realm, he was naturally the strongest among those at the same cultivation level. He had relied on his 9th tier confidence. After all, Lin Ling had too many trump cards and resources, especially his 6 stanchions. This allowed Lin Ling to have enough boundary essence to execute some powerful techniques. However, everything had its pros and cons. The cultivation resources needed by a 9th grade existence were 10 times or even 100 times more than others. As for the first treasure of the god's heritage treasure, the treasures left for Lin Ling were only what ordinary gods needed for their cultivation. Hopefully, the second treasure would have more treasures. Be content with what you have. If other martial gods possess these treasures, they would probably need 100 years or even 1,000 years to gather them. However, I've obtained them in a short period of time. I've already saved a lot of cultivation time. Lin Ling said with a smile as he looked at the purple butterfly in his hand. You're quite open-minded. Perhaps because of this open-mindedness, your cultivation path will be smoother than others. Chapter 4011. Self-created ability, Lord Flame. Rumble. Meanwhile, after Lin Ling lightly poured his boundary essence into the violet butterfly, the butterfly instantly grew larger, and a wisp of a taboo aura effused out and enveloped the entire world. At this moment, countless people felt their hearts being suppressed. An innate divine weapon, and a 7th grade one at that. This is the Purple River 6 Butterfly Divine Chariot. Lin Ling looked up and couldn't help but gasp. A 7th grade divine artifact. In the past, when he was in the shop of gods, the highest grade he bought was only 5th grade. Moreover, this purple butterfly was clearly left behind by the gods for Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to refine at all and could use it directly. He was even clear about the power of this divine chariot. A godly chariot that is able to kill a martial god in the late martial god realm. Even though it's damaged and can only be used 3 times, the fact that it's able to kill everything is shocking enough. That's because the divine chariot can even kill an advanced stage martial god with the divine fetus body. A large number of voices appeared in Lin Ling's mind. He was even more shocked by the purple butterfly. Off to the side, The giant ghost's face was also filled with shock. Heavens! Even a divine fetus can be killed? How can a mere 7th grade, innate divine weapon possess such power? Because this divine chariot is damaged and can only be used a limited number of times, it is classified as a 7th grade divine chariot. Most importantly, it has the light of destruction, which is specialized in destroying divine fetuses. Lin Ling said word by word. Following the voice in his mind, he became more familiar with the purple butterfly. The giant ghost's face twitched, and it began to carefully size him up. The gigantic butterfly, floating in the sky, flapped its wings slightly. It had a total of 6 wings, and every time it flapped, sparkling light sprinkled down like snow. It was extremely beautiful. How did this look like a powerful divine artifact? It was more like a work of art. If I can find the cloud silk flower, then the Purple River 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot will be able to unleash a total of 5 attacks. That's because the cloud silk flower is precisely what it needs to repair itself. Lin Ling said after digesting all the sounds. I understand now. The first treasure of the God's Legacy treasure gives cultivation resources, cultivation insights, and life-saving trump cards. That purple butterfly must be the life-saving trump card. The giant ghost suddenly thought of something and couldn't help exclaiming. The god who left the legacy God's legacy divine war chariot. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's god had only bought 4 treasures. If he had bought all 4 treasures, Lin would have been unimpeded in the martial god realm. He would have become a god in a short time. Lin Ling smiled as though he had thought of the giant ghost's thoughts. This is enough for now. After all, there are many martial gods in the final world. However, not everyone can break through to the next realm easily. With these advantages, I'm obviously faster than them. However, then, Lin Ling's eyes turned serious. I'm afraid I'm not the only one with such luck. I remember that there are 3 other gods' heirloom treasures. No one can guarantee that the Black Deity will give the remaining 3 gods' heirloom treasures to a rising star. Furthermore, no one can guarantee that the other gods don't have gods' heirloom treasures. That's true, the giant ghost nodded. But I can be sure that those who have the same luck as you, Lin Ling, are not much different from you in terms of talent. Long Yang is one of them. I have a feeling that when we meet again, her strength has greatly increased. Lin Ling smiled in agreement. What a troublesome female enemy. If I become weak, she will definitely kill me at any time. Sometimes, I really want to kill that bomb. You won't kill her. The giant ghost shook his head when he heard Lin Ling's words. But it's better to have her. This way, Lin Ling can continue to be motivated and become stronger. After all, you don't want to be surpassed by your former opponent. That's right. I won't be surpassed by her. She is becoming stronger now, but I, Lin Ling, am also becoming stronger now. The god's fragment appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he looked at the sky. Of course, Tian Liuli is my main enemy to surpass. She probably doesn't know that I, Lin Ling, am not only not dead, but have also quietly become stronger. I will soon reach the mountain peak where she is. With that, Lin Ling immediately began to refine the god's fragment, and the god's legacy treasure he had obtained was of the fire element. Therefore, the god's fragment was more for improving Lin Ling's fire element talent. Rumble. After the god's fragment was refined, Lin Ling's body immediately burned. Figures formed by flames continuously practiced in Lin Ling's mind. And on the surface of Lin Ling's body, golden flames quietly appeared and enveloped his body. They constantly swallowed and spat, making him extremely dazzling. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's fire element god's enlightenment increased crazily. When enlightenment completely merged with the human monarch's flame, Lin Ling's heart finally exploded. Although he had many talents, he had never carefully comprehended them and lacked refinement. He had always relied on his level to suppress his opponents. But now his fire element talent had finally been refined. The mystique he comprehended this time was called by Lin Ling Human Monarch's Flame. This was the power of God's flame of the human monarch's flame. and also the current first level. This mystique was clearly created by Lin Ling himself. With Lin Ling's enlightenment of fire from a young age, the enlightenment of fire left behind by God, and the Godstones, he finally created it. Because this mystique refined 7 Godstones, it unexpectedly gave birth to 2 powers of God. Furthermore, they were also fire element powers of God. And this human monarch's flames method was like sprinkling down the world's first wisp of flame, shooting into the opponent's body in the form of a meteor. Then, it burned the opponent's dantian, controlling the opponent. Of course, Lin Ling was the master who created this mystique, so he was very clear that this method was only effective against martial artists whose talent was weaker than his. Moreover, although this flame could not be extinguished, if the person hit by the flame reacted quickly, they could also abandon a large portion of their dantian's power at the same time the flame burned their dantian, avoiding the fate of being controlled by the human monarch's flame. Of course, the consequence was that their cultivation realm regressed. And this mystique was undoubtedly very tyrannical, allowing Lin Ling to control martial god realm powerhouses, like a human monarch. One had to know that although there were many martial god realm powerhouses in the final world, there were only a few who possessed divine fetuses. And those without divine fetuses would be unable to withstand a single blow from Lin Ling. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a wisp of God's majesty pervaded the air. Now he called himself God. In the 9 provinces, who would not submit to him, his fingers lightly clenched into a fist, and he suddenly flicked his finger. Then, a wisp of terrifying golden flame shot out, shooting forward at the speed of 5,000 worlds, and enveloping an ancient tree. And the tree was immediately set ablaze. But it was extremely gorgeous, like a fiery tree with golden flowers. But soon, all the flames retracted into the tree's body. Chapter 40:12. 10 years later. Go! Lin Ling growled at the same time. Both of his hands shot out countless golden flames, landing on the ancient trees in the mountains. Those ancient trees were immediately set ablaze. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. The entire endless mountains had turned into a golden ocean. This spectacle was naturally seen by the people in Buddha Dao City. They all knelt down, thinking that it was a miracle. But soon, the golden ocean disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The endless sea of trees was still tumbling in the wind, but no one knew that at the center of those trees, there was a wisp of golden flame burning. It had been assimilated by Lin Ling. What an interesting method. Lin Ling finally stood up and nodded in satisfaction after experimenting for a while. Even the trees have been assimilated. If it landed on a cultivator's body, I'm afraid no one would be able to resist. This method is much more powerful than those unorthodox methods of controlling people's hearts. Moreover, your human king's flame contains 2 strands of divine power. It's really extraordinary. The giant ghost beside him also clicked his tongue. The divine power I've comprehended is not limited to this, because not only can I control my opponent, I can also make them stronger. For example, the platinum evil spirit. Lin Ling smiled and suddenly looked at the platinum evil spirit not far away. Then, a wisp of golden flame was shot out by him. When it landed on the platinum evil spirit, the evil spirit immediately swayed slightly. On the surface, it looked the same as before, but in reality, its strength had increased again, because its attack was now mixed with the human king's flame. Noticing the platinum evil spirit's improvement, the giant ghost was shocked again. This was allowing the divine fetus body to descend on another person's body. How could the other person's strength not increase when they had the divine fetus body? Of course, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling could make others stronger, but he could also withdraw this power at any time. This was because he was the true king of flames. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's strength had increased again after this cultivation. How long have I been cultivating this time? Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost and smiled. 10 years. The giant ghost's words caused Lin Ling to jump in shock. Without even realizing it, he had already been practicing cultivation for 10 years. This was the longest time he had ever spent in seclusion ever since he started practicing martial arts. Why do I feel like it's only been a few days? It seems like after reaching the martial god realm, time passes even faster. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He stood up and looked towards the distant sky. 10 years was neither too long nor too short for powerful cultivators. He wondered how the current 9 prefectures had changed. Let's go to the final world and meet Lei Gong. Then Lin Ling stood up, looked at the endless mountains in the distance, and bowed slightly to them. He didn't know if that ancient god was still around, but he, Lin Ling, would remember this favor in his heart. Walking along the main road, Lin Ling was about to leave this world when his eyes suddenly lit up and landed in Buddha Dao City. He then shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that guy to still be here after 10 years. The giant ghost stopped drifting and suddenly looked towards a certain direction outside the city. There were 2 groups of people fighting for water. It turned out that in the past 10 years, the area around Buddha Dao City had suffered from severe drought. Other than the ancient mountains of Mount Zhongnan, there was a shortage of water everywhere. However, the ancient mountains of Mount Zhongnan were the land of Buddha Dao, so no one dared to dig for water there. Now that rain had finally come and irrigated the land, the water was still not enough, so the 2 forces were fighting for water. Damn it, Lai Ba, you're too overbearing. The water clearly belongs to us, but you're blocking it and letting it flow to your side. Do you want to die?" The group that appeared on the ground looked extremely valiant. On the other hand, there were fewer people. The middle-aged man in the lead was very short and had a radish head. No matter how one looked at it, they were not as ferocious as the other side. Coupled with the fact that the middle-aged man in the lead was short, people looked down on them even more. Dad, beside the middle-aged man, a child with a big head pulled the middle-aged man's clothes worriedly. It seemed that this was his son, just like a radish head. "It's okay, Dad is here." The middle-aged man's eyes had a sense of vicissitudes. Clearly, he had experienced a lot over the years. He was no longer the young master who knew nothing. Ever since his father handed over Lai Jia village to him, he had shouldered a lot. Under the torment of reality, the spirit and fearlessness of the youth of the past had gradually been restrained. "Let your guards fight. We'll decide the winner in one battle. The water will belong to whoever wins." At this time, a burly man on the opposite side sneered. "The people of Lu Town are too despicable. This is clearly our territory, but they want to steal water from us." The people of Lai Jia village said angrily. They looked at the land in the distance, where there were large and small ditches. The water flowed through the ditches to irrigate the land, but if the water was intercepted, then their paddy fields would dry up. "Master Lu, I'm counting on you." The middle-aged man also knew the crux of the matter, so he didn't talk nonsense and said to the old man behind him, this Master Lu was left to him by his father and was also his guard. All these years he had been by his side, watching the Lai Jia village gradually decline from prosperity to decline. "Good." Master Lu walked out. His steps were steady. Clearly, his inner strength was not bad. On the other side, there was a mocking laugh. "I've long heard that Master Lai's guard, Master Lu, has been loyal all his life and has done many things for Master Lai. But today your Master Lu is also old, go?" The opponent sent out a 2-meter-tall burly man who sneered and walked out. Seeing this, the people of Lai Jia village narrowed their eyes. So tall, Master Lu was already so old. How could they fight? The middle-aged man also narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered something from 10 years ago. At that time, he was young and frivolous. At that time, he had met a tall guard in Buddha Dao City. He wanted to buy him, but in the end, nothing happened. But at that time, he knew that he had met an immortal. But later, he told this matter to his father. In the end, his father scolded him, and the entire Lai Jia village laughed at him. Immortals might exist, but they only appeared in legends. Until now, who had ever seen an immortal? Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, the fist was afraid of the young and strong. Master Lu was already old and couldn't block the opponent's attack. He was defeated in a few moves and was seriously injured. The opponent suddenly laughed sarcastically. The faces of the people of Lai Jia village darkened. This time, if there was no water in the paddy fields, their Lai Jia village wouldn't be able to survive. Master Lu, at this moment, the middle-aged man rushed over and helped the old man up. Chapter 40:13. Old Immortal. None of your business. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and sighed helplessly as he looked at the group of arrogant people. Young Master Lai, these are your guards? Haha, what a disappointment. You, young Master Lai, can't practice martial arts for the rest of your life, relying on the protection of your bodyguards. In the end, your bodyguards are all trash. The so-called bodyguards are all fake. Only your own strength is fundamental. Lu Zhen's leader laughed heartily. Nonsense. If you dare to say that to that young master 10 years ago in Buddha Dao City, his guards would definitely beat you up like a dog. The middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and said word by word. What do you mean by 10 years ago? Were you still dreaming of becoming an immortal? Let me tell you, my Lu town's people are the strongest. No guards in this world can defeat them, not to mention your Lai village. Now cut off the water for me and let the Lai village eat shit. Lu Zhen's leader said in disdain. Really? Then I'll lend him a guard, and he'll definitely beat you up until you eat shit. However, at this moment, a handsome young man with a bodyguard slowly walked over from afar. The paddy field suddenly fell silent. Everyone frowned. Who were these two? They actually dared to speak so arrogantly. On the other hand, the middle-aged man frowned when he saw them. He kept having the feeling that they were very familiar. Suddenly, his pupils trembled and his entire body started to tremble. It's him, the young man from 10 years ago. Because what happened 10 years ago was like a miracle to him. He knew that the young man was an immortal, so he still couldn't forget the young man. It was just that no one believed him. Everyone treated him as an idiot. But now, the facts proved that he was not wrong. Everyone had wronged him, especially his father. 10 years. The middle-aged man stood up and looked excitedly at the blue-robed young man. Beside him, Master Lu's entire body trembled because he was also in Buddha Dao City at that time, so he'd seen the mysterious blue-robed young man as well. However, 10 years had passed, yet that youth did not change at all. He did not age at all. The two of them became excited. They ran over and knelt down in front of the blue-robed young man. Lai Ba greets, Old Immortal. Lu San greets, Old Immortal. Plop. They kept kowtowing, and tears of excitement flowed out of their eyes. Waha, Old Immortal? These two idiots. I've long heard that the head of the Lai village is abnormal. He often says that he has seen the Old Immortal. Now that I've seen him today, he really lives up to his reputation. In this world, where do immortals come from? There are all kinds of swindlers. No wonder Lai Jia village fell into Lai Ba's hands and declined day by day. I think Lai Jia village doesn't matter anymore. Come to Lu Town. Lu Town's people were stunned for a moment before laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. That was because the blue-robed youth looked even younger than Lai Ba. Yet Lai Ba actually called him Old Immortal. If he wasn't stupid, then what was? This. The people from Lai village were stunned as well. Then they sighed and shook their heads, their faces filled with disappointment. Obviously, they had always been dissatisfied with Lai Ba. However, Lai Ba's father was the former manor lord, so they had to give him face. However, Lai Ba was indeed useless. He used 10 years to turn a flourishing manor into a declining one. If it wasn't for the old manor, they would have abandoned the manor long ago. And now, seeing Lai Ba kneeling and kowtowing to an old immortal made them feel incomparably humiliated. You're already so old. Do you still think you're the same as before? There should be a limit to lying. An old man from Lai Jia village said in disappointment. I'm not lying. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly roared. His eyes were red and filled with stubbornness. Father! His son could not help but shout. However, from his son's expression, even he did not believe Lai Ba. This made Lai Ba bite his lips tightly and did not say a word. Get up. At this moment, the youth in front of them smiled and spoke. He helped Lai Ba and his son up, then looked at Lu Town's people. Kid, what are you looking at? You can lie to that idiot Lai Ba, but you can't lie to us. This has nothing to do with you. Scram, or don't blame us for teaching you a lesson. The man leading Lu Town suddenly shouted coldly. However, the blue-robed youth ignored them. He looked at Lai Ba and said, "We met 10 years ago, and now we meet again 10 years later. This means that you and I are fated. Let me help you this time." "Thank you, old immortal." Hearing this, Lai Ba and his men became excited. However, this also caused more mocking laughter from all around. Even now, you still think of him as an old immortal? When will your immortal dream end? Why don't you call me father? How about that? Someone from Lu Town said contemptuously. I'll send a guard for Lai Ba. All of you, come at me together. If you win, this gold will belong to you. However, at this moment, the blue-robed youth said calmly. With a wave of his right hand, a large amount of gold sprinkled down. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Lu Town's people narrowed their eyes. The leader even sneered. Are you serious? Yes, and if we lose, Lai Jia village will belong to you. The blue-robed youth said again. Hey, who do you think you're to speak for Lai Jia village? Village Master Lai. Is this what you mean? Bullshit. Naturally, Lai Jia village's people would not agree. Old Immortal's words are law. However, Lai Ba seemed to be blinded by lard and agreed immediately. This angered Lai Jia village's people and made them even more disappointed. A gentleman keeps his word. Since Village Master Lai has agreed, then let's begin. As for Lu Town's people, they naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Almost 100 of them immediately rushed out and pounced on Lai Ba. The blue-robed youth nodded at the bodyguard behind him, and the bodyguard slowly walked out. It's over. With so many people attacking one person, even a tiger would be beaten to death. Sigh, Lai Ba's been stupid his whole life. Even on his deathbed, he's still so stupid. I don't have eyes to see anymore. I'm afraid that bodyguard's bones have been torn apart. Lai Jia village's people were ashen and sighed repeatedly. Rumble. However, at this moment, there was a loud rumble. Almost 100 people rushed over, but the bodyguard's feet stomped heavily on the ground. The ground instantly cracked, and everyone was sent flying. Silence. At the edge of the paddy field, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's mouth was wide open. One must know that Lu Town's people were all burly men. Each of them weighed at least 200 jin. They could even kill an elephant. However, the bodyguard sent them flying with a single kick. What the hell? What kind of bodyguard is this? He's so powerful. Did you see that? He's the bodyguard I met 10 years ago. Now, do you still dare to say that I'm lying? In the silence, the middle-aged man with a radish head looked at the crowd and said solemnly. His words silenced everyone. Could it be that he's really old immortal? Senior. Lu Town's leader reacted and quickly knelt down. To be able to send their experts flying with a single kick, the other party is definitely not weak. You said that I'm an idiot. Now, who's the idiot? Lai Ba also looked at the leader as if he was venting all the grievances he had suffered all these years. Chapter 4014. Daluo Heaven Realm. It's been 10 years, and I've never lied to anyone. Although I don't have any ability, I've done my best for the Lai family village. I know you all look down on me and still treat me as the trash young master from back then. But let me tell you, I'm no longer the young master who doesn't know anything. Father gave the Lai family village to me, and I want it to prosper. Seeing that no one spoke, Lai Ba said word by word. His voice made the surroundings even quieter. The people of the Lai family village looked at Lai Ba with a different gaze. Indeed, young Master Lai doesn't have any ability, but he did put in a lot of effort for the Lai family village. Father, I didn't lie to you. Then Lai Ba looked at the sky and said while gritting his teeth. Before his father died, he still thought that he couldn't do anything big and still thought that he was dreaming. But now, he proved that all of this wasn't his dream, because the immortal he saw 10 years ago was real. He persevered for 10 years and was mocked for 10 years. But now, all of his perseverance had the corresponding result. I'll leave this guard for you. Just when he was excited, The blue-robed youth beside him suddenly smiled. With a wave of his right hand, a 2-meter-tall guard appeared. It looked like a puppet. You and I are connected by fate, so I'll help you a bit more. I'll leave this bottle of pills for you. It will allow you to be reborn. But remember, power is used to protect your home, not to bully others. If I find out in the future that you use your power to bully others, then I'll take back whatever I gave you. The blue-robed youth said again, then turned and left. Your area lacks rain, so I'll make it rain. The youth gradually disappeared into the distance, but everyone saw that he waved his hand lightly. Rumble. Suddenly, in the sky, thunder rumbled and dark clouds rolled. Then a drop of rain began to fall, gradually increasing until it was a downpour. Your area lacks rain, so I'll make it rain. Everyone was bathed in the rain, and this sentence lingered in their minds. I'll make it rain, so it will rain. How domineering. Old immortal. Bang. Plop. At this moment, everyone believed Tyrant's words. There really were immortals in this world, but they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. They thought the well they saw was the entire sky. Old immortal. Lai Ba and Master Lu also knelt down and cowed out. More tears flowed out of their eyes. Without a doubt, from today onwards, their Lai family manor would have another stone sculpture. That stone sculpture was impressively the appearance of the blue-robed youth, and it was also the totem and symbol of their Lai family manor. It was worshipped by countless descendants of the Lai family manor, and it had been passed down for thousands of years. Many years later, Lai Jia village became the largest country in this realm. Of course, this wasn't something that the blue-robed young man would know. He just happened to meet the young Master Radish from 10 years ago and decided to help him along the way. At this moment, after the young man rushed out of the void, his gaze landed in the distance. Then, he turned into a beam of light and shot forward. It's been 10 years. I wonder what the final world is like. The blue-robed youth's speed was very fast. He flew past the Western world, and after a day, he finally arrived at the intersection of the 10,000 worlds. However, the youth also saw that the 10,000 worlds today seemed to be a bit different. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the distant void, many figures flew across the void like meteors. It was extremely dazzling. If one looked carefully, they were not meteors, but powerful warriors. Rumble. In the distance, there were meteorites that were shot from the void. However, those warriors were not afraid at all. With a punch, the meteorites that were comparable to islands exploded. Their strength was undoubtedly extremely fierce. On the other side, a dragon-like black centipede was swimming in the void. Its speed was extremely fast. As it twisted its body and swam, it kept spitting out poisonous substances. The poisonous substances were constantly scattered and landed on some of the weaker realms. It was enough to put those realms in a terrible situation. Why are there so many martial gods all of a sudden? The blue-robed youth suddenly stopped and frowned as he looked ahead. This was because this was the 10,000 worlds. Generally speaking, there should not be so many experts. Sir, do you know where the Daluo Heaven Realm is? While the blue-robed youth was in a daze, 5 figures flew over from not far away. They looked at the youth and asked coldly, I don't know. The blue-robed youth frowned and replied coldly, Damn it, do you know or not? If you delay our time, I'll make you suffer. Among the 5 people, a man in black robes cursed angrily. They had hurried all the way here from the final world to find Taoist Duobao. However, it was said that Taoist Duobao had returned from the Road of Rulers and appeared in the Daluo Heaven Realm. Zhongma, don't complicate matters. However, an old man beside the man immediately said coldly, Judging from his strength, he was a 4th-level martial god. His strength was not weak. Consider yourself lucky. Hearing that, the man did not want to be meddlesome. He wanted to leave with the others. However, as soon as they took a step forward, they suddenly felt a mysterious force enveloping their bodies. It had sealed all their strength. What happened? What? Why is my talent sealed? What? My realm origin has weakened a lot. What? The expressions of those people changed drastically. Then their eyes flickered. They knew they had encountered an expert. Immediately, they said respectfully to the surroundings, "Senior, what can I do for you?" Yes. Their hearts rumbled. The strength of the person who had sealed their strength unknowingly must be more than 100 times greater than theirs. What happened in the Daluo Heaven Realm? Why are there so many experts here? Yes. At this moment, a voice finally rang out behind them. When they turned around, their eyes trembled fiercely. The person who had walked over was the blue-robed young man from before. Was it this guy who had sealed their strength? They had thought this guy was very weak. How could they know that they had been sealed by Lin Ling's God Steps? Currently, the power of God's Steps had increased along with the increase of Lin Ling's soul power. So, it was not difficult to seal these people. After all, these people's talents were only at the 8th grade. Yes. Don't say it. Yes. However, although the 5 people seemed to be in awe of the blue-robed young man, they were obviously more cautious when it came to the Daluo Heaven Realm. Seeing this, the young man shook his head. With a flick of his finger, several strands of golden flames shot out and landed on the 5 people. The 5 people's strength had been sealed, so they could not resist at all. What kind of flame is this? It's actually drilling into my Dantian. Quickly destroy it, but damn it, our realm origin has been sealed. How can we destroy it? We're done for. I'll blow, I must blow out this flame. Chapter 4015. Taoist Duo Bao. After the golden flames rushed into their Dantian, they were originally the size of fireflies, but they instantly ignited and burned their Dantian, turning it into a golden color. The bodies of the 5 people instantly trembled. When they raised their heads to look at the blue-robed youth again, a wisp of worship appeared in their eyes. "Greetings, human king." They knelt down at the same time. That worship came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if the blue-robed youth was their king, their totem, and also their belief. Their entire lives belonged to the human king, including their birth and death. What's the matter with the Daluo Heaven Realm? It must be something extraordinary to be able to attract so many martial god realm experts. The blue-robed youth smiled as he spoke indifferently. One of the 5 said respectfully, "Human king, Taoist Duo Bao has appeared." Taoist Duo Bao. The blue-robed youth frowned slightly. Taoist Master of Many Treasures is an extraordinary person. No one knows where he came from, and no one knows who he belongs to. However, he is a merchant who specializes in selling treasures, so he is also called Taoist Master of Many Treasures. This time, I heard that he escaped from the Road of Rulers and found many treasures. Because he was forced by various experts, he sold all the treasures on him in the Daluo Heaven Realm. We came for those treasures. It said that Taoist Duo Bao went to the battlefield of the gods' era and plundered many treasures of the gods. Moreover, it said that this fellow has also traded with the gods. The 5 people spoke one after another. The blue-robed youth's eyes lit up. There's actually such a miraculous person in the 9 prefectures? Then he asked, what's his strength? He's just an old man in the martial ancestor realm. I heard that he's very weak and was once beaten up like a dog. Hearing the human king's question, the youngest man immediately said with a beaming smile, his face filled with disdain. Hearing that, the blue-robed youth shook his head and declined to comment. Moreover, he planned to go to the Daluo Heaven Realm to take a look. After all, he needed many treasures to break through, and he planned to open his 7th Dantian. I'll give you 3 incense sticks worth of time to find the Daluo Heaven Realm. Then the blue-robed youth waved his hand and issued an order. Yes, human king. Those people didn't dare to disobey. In fact, they were incomparably happy. It was as if being able to help the human king was their glory. This was the might of a human king. Not only did it rely on domineering methods to control the other party, it also assimilated the other party's Dantian, forming a belief. Lin Ling, this Taoist master of many treasures, isn't simple. Moreover, I seem to have some impression of this name. Meanwhile, one of the ghosts by the blue-robed young man's side spoke with bewilderment. They were none other than Lin Ling and the giant ghost. Have you heard of it? If you have an impression of him, then this Taoist master of many treasures isn't simple. I'm afraid he's a character from the era of gods. In these people's mouths, this guy called Taoist master of many treasures seems to be very weak, but in my opinion, that strange guy isn't that weak. Lin Ling said with a smile. The giant ghost nodded in agreement. That's right. Even though he possesses a great treasure, he was still able to survive for so many years. There's no way he could do that without some trump cards. Let's go take a look. Perhaps there are treasures that we need. Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry to return. After all, this Taoist master of many treasures was a humanoid store that could only be encountered by chance. Hide your aura to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Soon after, Lin Ling used the aura concealment technique taught by the giant ghost and changed his entire aura. At this moment, he was wearing a black robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his facial features were grave and stern. Most importantly, countless tentacles had appeared behind him, hanging down like wings. Dense underworld aura was also emanating from him from time to time, making him seem like a ghost king. Of course, the underworld aura aside, golden flames would appear on his shoulders from time to time. The combination of the flames and the Yin aura gave off an even more unique feeling. The chaotic aura, in addition to your other powers being hidden, means that unless you encounter a mirror like the one in Heaven Pass City, ordinary people won't be able to see your origin. The giant ghost nodded and quietly transformed into a fist-sized skeleton. Looking behind Lin Ling, the platinum evil spirit also transformed into a 2-meter-tall skeleton. However, this skeleton was golden and had a faint layer of flames on its surface. Those were the flames of the Human King. Human King, we found him. At this time, the 5 people had finally returned and caught a tongue. The tongue looked quite young and seemed to be a disciple of the 36 College. However, his cultivation was very ordinary, only at the late stage of the martial ancestor realm. Greetings, seniors. I know where the Daluo Heaven realm is. I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way immediately. Please spare my life. After the young man arrived, his gaze swept around and fell on Lin Ling. He hurriedly knelt down in the air and said, apparently, he had been kidnapped by the 5 people. However, after arriving, he found that the person behind the scenes was even more terrifying. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and he had ghost wings behind his back. However, there was also a flame aura around him. He gave off the feeling that he was a ghost emperor from the underworld. I am the underworld human emperor, who is in the Daluo Heaven realm right now. Seeing the other party's tactful appearance, Lin Ling smiled and said coldly, many experts have gone there. Many experts from the 36 College have also gone there. However, I heard that many of the top 100 experts on the stairway to heaven have also gone there. This is because Spiritual Master Duo Bao is a once-in-a-lifetime talent. The young man immediately said respectfully, okay, lead the way immediately. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Then, under the guidance of the person, they flew toward the southern border. Originally, Lin Ling also wanted to assimilate the young man. However, because the other party's strength was too low, Lin Ling was too lazy to do in the end. As he followed the group, Lin Ling also found that there were more experts heading toward the Daluo Heaven realm. There were many experts from various colleges and many unknown old monsters. Why are there suddenly so many experts? Lin Ling was a little surprised. Underworld Human Emperor, these experts have always been there. However, they rarely appear in the southern border. Most of them are wandering in forbidden areas or the land of divine treasures. That's why you rarely see them. Someone immediately said respectfully. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Then, he looked at the young man from the college and asked, what experts do you have in your college? Senior, our academy only has 3 people who are ranked in the top 200 on the celestial stairway. Among the 3 of them, only one of them is ranked in the top 100 on the celestial stairway. I heard that this time, the top 100 experts have also come, said the young man respectfully. Looking at his respectful appearance, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. If the young man knew that the underworld human emperor, whom he respected, was actually just a student of the college. What would he think at that time? Your college is so weak? Chapter 4016. They had arrived at the Daluo Heaven Realm. Our academy's ranking is not very high. It is said that experts from the top 4 academies have also come. They are the Sky Sword Academy, Miaoshan Academy, Wuwei Academy, and E-Garden. The young man said immediately, "Interesting. I have heard that the 36 academies have countless experts and are outstanding. Today, I have the chance to see them." Lin Ling's interest was piqued. No matter how powerful the experts are, how can they be compared to Senior? When the young man heard this, he immediately flattered him. In his heart, the man called Mingren Emperor was so cold that he did not dare to look him in the eye. Therefore, he guessed that this expert was probably a very old monster. While they were talking, an ancient world finally appeared in front of them. It was the Daluo Heaven Realm. Speaking of which, the Daluo Heaven Realm had an inexplicable relationship with Jiuzhou. It was said that it was a place where an emperor of the Yin state retired after he retired. Therefore, the Daluo Heaven Realm was very prosperous. The overall strength of the martial artists was not weak, second only to the Qing state. Of course, compared to the experts from the final world, these martial artists were very weak. Therefore, in the face of these experts from all over the world, the local martial artists chose to hide and did not dare to participate in this muddy water. Zhao Tianjiao, why are you here? Aren't you with the experts from your academy? Who are they? When entering the Daluo Heaven Realm, many experts from the academies, dressed in neat robes, flew over from afar. Naturally, they saw the young man in front of Lin Ling, and some of them knew him. Of course, when they looked around, their eyes quietly fell on Lin Ling and the others. They immediately knew that these people were old monsters who had cultivated for many years and had returned from some forbidden area. Shut up. Don't you know who this lord is? Hearing the ridicule in the other party's tone, the young man called Zhao Tianjiao in front of Lin Ling also snorted coldly, then respectfully pointed to Lin Ling behind him and said, "This is Brother D, a true expert. Haven't you heard of him? My Brother D in Void is a man of few words." Hearing this, the expressions of the experts from the various academies changed. They weren't weak, so they naturally sensed the mysterious aura on Lin Ling's body. He could be called a ghost emperor. "Senior, I've offended you before." At that moment, everyone cupped their hands and bowed. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after bowing, they didn't dare to stay any longer and took the lead to leave with their tails between their legs. "Oomph." The young man named Zhao Tianjiao smiled proudly. "Lead the way. If you speak any more nonsense, don't blame me for killing you." Lin Ling shook his head and said indifferently. He naturally knew that this guy, named Zhao Tianjiao, was using him to show off his prestige. Yes. Zhao Tianjiao's face paled, and he hurriedly led the way. After a short moment, they finally arrived at the Daluo Heaven Realm. Looking around, the environment here was pretty good. There were green mountains and clear waters, and birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Moreover, there were numerous ancient cities built on the ground, and it seemed to be thriving. Of course, because of the arrival of foreign experts, many of these formerly prosperous cities were empty, and the people had fled. Lin Ling drove Zhao Tianjiao away and led a few people forward. "Where is Taoist Duo Bao? Have you inquired about him?" Lin Ling asked the few people. "My lord, Taoist Duo Bao has always been sneaky. He only said that he would come to this world. When he really appears, someone will definitely inform him. This has always been his rule. My lord, we will go wherever there are experts. We should be able to see Taoist Duo Bao there. Now, I will go and inquire about some information." The few people spoke one after another. Then, a few of them took the lead and went ahead to inquire about information. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. However, on the way, he asked again, "I heard that Taoist Duo Bao returned from the Road of Domination. What kind of place is the Road of Domination? From your tone, it seems that very few people have been there." "My lord, that is one of the 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. I heard that it is the place where the gods of the past advanced to become gods. It is an ancient road, but it is extremely terrifying. So far, no one has ever reached the end. Moreover, out of 10,000 people who entered, only 10 came out, and those who came out went crazy. Taoist Duo Bao is one of the few people who could enter the road of domination and return safely. The one who was still following behind Lin Ling was a relatively young man. At this moment, he spoke respectfully. The 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. At present, he knew that the 7 great forbidden lands were the 8 gods' heavenly palace, eternal forbidden forest, Rainbow World, Kai Yuan River, Starry Sky Forest, One World Mountain, and the Road to Domination. This meant that the 7 great forbidden lands had all appeared. Moreover, Lin Ling had explored several great forbidden lands. Each of them had its own mysteries, but it was undeniable that each of them was related to the era of gods. Moreover, although Lin Ling had explored several great forbidden lands, he had only explored the tip of the iceberg. The one he was most familiar with was the Kai Yuan River. As for One World Mountain and the Road of Domination, Lin Ling had only heard of them. He had never seen them. "My lord, I heard that the Road of Domination is littered with treasures. Unfortunately, not only is it dangerous, but not many people know where the Road of Domination is," the man said again. Lin Ling nodded. He guessed that the Road of Domination should be the same as the Rainbow World. It was a secret realm that could only be discovered by chance. "It seems that Taoist Duo Bao is more powerful than I imagined," Lin Ling said inwardly. "My lord, this way. I see more experts here. If Taoist Duo Bao appears, he should be there." At this moment, an old man flew back from afar and said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded coldly. It had to be said that it was convenient to have a follower. After all the experts landed in the Daluo Heaven Realm, their final destination was the Mountain River City. After that, another old man came back from scouting for information. In fact, there was no need for him to scout for information. Lin Ling's soul power had clearly sensed that in the ancient land and sky, countless experts were like locusts, gathering towards a huge city. Presumably, that was the place where Taoist Duo Bao was about to appear. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He was looking forward to the next journey even more. Previously, when he was roughly investigating, he had sensed a few familiar figures. He had not expected that those guys would also come. As he moved forward, more than 10 experts appeared on the road ahead. It seemed that they were all at the early and middle stage of the martial god realm. Moreover, they were not young. They were all old monsters who had cultivated for many years, and they were blocking the road in the middle of the road to collect tolls. Chapter 40:17. Are you going to pay or not? The leader was a bare-chested old man with a head of red hair. At this moment, he said coldly, "Don't even think about using any divine ability to sneak in. Let me tell you, the sky and earth have been sealed by us. We are from the same alliance, and we have more people than you can imagine. If you break the rules, you will die. We won't give you any face." His voice was cold, but it also carried a strong, domineering aura. "What right do you have to collect tolls?" However, among the crowd, there were also experts who spoke unwillingly. The weakest among the experts here was at least a peak martial progenitor, while the half-martial god realm experts were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Furthermore, there were martial god realm experts present. Thus, they could not accept the humiliation of paying the price. You talk too much nonsense." The red-haired old man snorted coldly. His long hair shot out like the tentacles of an octopus, aiming at the person who spoke. Good timing. However, since the other party dared to speak, he was naturally not someone to be trifled with. He also unleashed his strength. Unfortunately, the red-haired old man's talent was a 9th-grade ultimate desolate body. Although he did not have divine power, his ancestral power had reached the peak. Therefore, he wrapped around the warrior, and by the time all the red hair dispersed, the warrior had already turned into a pool of blood. Chi! Seeing this, many people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What powerful strength! They were not shocked by the old man's cruel methods. After all, to be able to come here, everyone had seen great storms. They were only shocked by the other party's talent. However, although the old man was overbearing, he also knew that many of the people who had come to the Daluo Heaven Realm were people their alliance could not afford to offend. Therefore, he said, "The reason why we collect tolls is not because we are overbearing, but because we were the first to discover Xianxia City, and we were the ones who spread the news. Therefore, it is normal to collect tolls. Just treat it as payment for our hard work." His words were very good. It could be considered as giving face to those experts they could not afford to offend. Motherfucker, the weaker people cursed inwardly. However, for the sake of Taoist Master Duo Bao, they endured it and paid to pass. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling watched this scene indifferently. Then, he sneered and led the 5 people and bodyguards forward. Since he had practiced martial arts until now, he had naturally seen many cases of overbearing people collecting tolls. Although he had no interest in stopping the other party's wealth, it was obviously impossible for them to take his money. "Sirs, are you?" The dozen or so powerhouses blocking the road immediately looked at Lin Ling's group. The red-haired old man frowned, but he didn't dare to speak arrogantly. Scram! With Lin Ling leading the way, the ghost Taoist mastered him. The evil spirit's aura instantly permeated the air, and it was mixed with an irresistible majesty of the fire element. The old man's expression changed as he carefully sized up Lin Ling. He immediately treated Lin Ling as a ghost emperor who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. This fellow had ghost chi all over his body. He was not to be trifled with. He obviously didn't dare to collect any tolls. And Lin Ling led the group forward, making the experts behind envious. This was the privilege of strong. That cold man was obviously an overlord. I'm so envious. After Lin Ling's group, it was not long before another group of people took their turn. These people looked at Lin Ling's group enviously and shook their heads helplessly. "Seniors, we have 6 people. Can you give us 50 million Emperor Crystals? After all, that's all we have. We can't take out more." The young man in the lead said in a pleading tone. These people were obviously from the 36 academies. However, they were also the strongest people in the 3 divine halls. They had been in the void for a long time and knew that there were some people they could not afford to offend. "Do you think we're idiots? You're going to see Taoist Master Duo Bao. You must want to buy some treasures. So how can you only have 50 million Emperor Crystals? Sorry, 60 million Emperor Crystals. You can't go there for less." The red-haired old man looked at the people in front of him and said contemptuously, "Of course, if you can't afford it, you can go back and try your luck in other places. After all, there might be more opportunities like the Kaiyuan River. You can participate in the God's shop opened by the gods." "You." The young man in the lead was angry. However, the other party raised their chins and looked at him coldly. This made the young man compromise. "Brother Woody, these guys are too evil." However, even if they compromised, they were still unwilling to accept it. "Forget it." The young man in the lead shook his head. "Brother Woody?" At this moment, Lin Ling, who had already walked far away, suddenly stopped in his tracks. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he said to the people beside him, "Go and bring those people here." Brother Woody. How could Lin Ling not know him? He was a few friends that Lin Ling met at the E-Garden Martial Arts Exchange. When Lin Ling went to the Kaiyuan River, they were the ones who told Lin Ling where the entrance to the Kaiyuan River was. He didn't expect to see them again today. "Following our Lord's orders, we're taking these people away." Just as the red-haired old man and the others were about to collect the money, a voice suddenly came from behind. The old man looked back, and his face instantly turned ugly. It was the cold man from before. "Sir, are you playing with us? If the 6 of them were your people, you could have brought them in, and we wouldn't have taken a single cent. Now that you've gone in and come back to say that you want to take them away, you've broken the rules and are looking down on us." The old man said word by word. Although he was very afraid of the cold man, the man's actions were also challenging their prestige, because this would make it difficult for them to collect money later on, and their troubles would increase by a lot. "Don't waste time with us. Just tell us, are you going to give or not?" However, Although the red-haired old man was fierce, the newcomers were even more fierce. They didn't even bother to listen to nonsense. Only one sentence. How domineering. The eyes of the experts who were lining up in the distance lit up when they saw that they were ignoring them, and the envy in their eyes grew stronger. The red-haired old man suddenly gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with the experts beside him. In the end, his face turned fierce. No, the other party was pointing at their noses and acting arrogantly. If they backed down, the next people wouldn't take them seriously. Unfortunately, they met Lin Ling. They had to give it to him even if they didn't want to. Almost at the same time, the jellyfish that filled the sky flew over, mixed with the terrifying aura of evil spirits and wisps of the human monarch's flame. These are evil spirits? Chapter 40:18. My brother Ghost is a man of few words. You're courting death. The red-haired old man's face turned cold. He could roughly sense that the talent of these evil spirit jellyfish was not higher than his. It seemed that he had been intimidated by the aura of the stern man, and the stern man was clearly not as strong as he had imagined. Swoosh! His talent also erupted. His red hair soared into the sky, drowning the sky like the sunset as he fought against the evil spirit jellyfish. Looking from the ground, the scene was incomparably spectacular. The collision between the red hair and the jellyfish. Swoosh! However, after the endless red hair collided with the jellyfish, it immediately ignited. Surging golden flames shocked everyone's eyes. Ah! The red-haired old man let out a painful cry, and his expression changed greatly. After colliding with the evil spirit jellyfish, he felt a terrifying pressure enveloping him, making him feel as if he had seen the King of Gods. The terrifying golden flames immediately followed his red hair and enveloped the old man's body, burning him to the point that he rolled around in pain. Using his talent to fight against the divine fetus, he was clearly overestimating himself. Give. Senior, spare me. At this moment, the red-haired old man let out an anxious voice. However, it was clearly too slow this time. The martial God Realm expert was burned into nothingness by the golden flames. When the result was revealed, the surrounding experts swallowed their saliva with difficulty. The red-haired old man was a middle-stage martial God Realm expert. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak he was, he should not have been killed in a single move. However, the result was that he could not block a single move. What a terrifying ghost emperor. Everyone was so shocked, not to mention the people beside the red-haired old man. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They directly knelt on the ground and kept shouting, "Senior, spare me, spare me." They had long known that many experts from the Daluo Heaven Realm had come this time, but they had never imagined that they would encounter one. However, the stern man in the distance was too lazy to pay attention to them. Instead, he asked his subordinates to bring the 6 people over. Come over, they don't dare to take your money. Therefore, among the 6 people, an old man said proudly, "This thank you. Brother Woody had been dumbfounded at first, but when he came back to his senses, he bowed profusely. On top of that, his heart was pounding nonstop. These old monsters who had returned from the Forbidden Lands were too fucking terrifying. He had killed a middle-stage martial god by releasing a jellyfish. TSK. He had killed someone from 1,000 miles away. They were both envious and fearful. What he was envious of was the fact that the other party was so powerful that he had special privileges wherever he went. They were afraid because they didn't know the origins of the Cold Man. If the Cold Man wanted to kill them, then they would probably be no match for him, even if they fought with their lives on the line. With apprehension, Brother Invincible and the others finally arrived in front of Lin Ling. Then, they glanced at Lin Ling and lowered their heads, not daring to look again. Lin Ling was also looking at them. A smile finally appeared on his cold face. "Brother Woody, long time no see. How have you been?" The voice stunned Brother Invincible. He blinked several times. This voice was so familiar. He couldn't help but raise his head in shock. Suddenly, he shouted, "Big Brother Lin Ling, Looks like Brother Invincible's reaction is quite fast. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. What the fuck? I thought it was some old monster. So it's Big Brother Lin Ling. Anyway, my name is Zhang Wudi. You don't have to call me Big Brother. I don't deserve it. Brother Invincible was overjoyed. When he had parted ways with Lin Ling at the bank of the Kaiyuan River, he had heard about Lin Ling's endless legends. This abnormal guy had even killed a god. However, when he wanted to go to the Snow Wind Academy to congratulate Lin Ling, he heard that Lin Ling had disappeared. He even received news that countless experts in the final world wanted to kill Lin Ling and plunder Lin Ling. Where have you been? I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. The final world is currently plundering you. No, you have to be quiet. Don't let others discover you. Brother Invincible was obviously very excited and kept talking. Looking at the excited Brother Invincible, Lin Ling's smile became wider. Don't worry, I actually dared to say the name Lin Ling. This means that I'm not afraid of those people plundering me. I'm just avoiding unnecessary trouble. Big Brother Lin Ling, you're awesome. Big Brother. No, little brother kneels to you. Before, I really thought you were a cold old monster. But you're just a student of the academy. Ha ha, this is too interesting. Next, you have to protect me. Big Brother Lin Ling, you've become so strong now. You won't abandon me, right? Brother Invincible put his hand on Lin Ling's shoulder and laughed. At this moment, he finally understood one of the rules of the final world. Unless you have absolute strength, you can go anywhere with a strong backer. Obviously, Lin Ling was his strong backer. However, his friendly behavior undoubtedly made the 5 people's faces turn cold. They seemed to be angry at Brother Invincible's rudeness. However, they were also a little surprised because the impression the Human King gave them was one of dignity and coldness. Therefore, this was the first time they saw the Human King reveal such a friendly appearance. That idiotic Brother Invincible, one had to admit that his luck was too good. He actually knew the Human King. Sure, let's go. If anyone bullies you, tell them my name. Lin Ling didn't care about Brother Invincible's rudeness at all because in his heart, Brother Invincible was his friend. Brother Invincible had helped him at the Kaiyuan River. Moreover, Lin Ling, wasn't some grave and stern ghost emperor. Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. The reason why he was grave and stern was because he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Okay, my ghost brother in the void is ruthless and doesn't talk much. I want to see who dares to provoke us now. Brother Invincible and the others laughed excitedly and followed Lin Ling towards the Mountain River City. After a while, the ancient Mountain River City appeared. It had to be said that this huge, ancient city was extremely unique. Looking from afar, the buildings were built like ancient mountains, layer upon layer. No wonder it was called Mountain River City. At this moment, a large number of experts had gathered in the city, and there were even more experts rushing over. If these experts were placed in the 9 prefectures, each of them would be ambitious and ruthless, godlike existences. Now that they were all gathered here, it could be seen how attractive Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures was. At this moment, they were also waiting for the appearance of Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures. But Mountain River City was very large, so the powerhouses were scattered all over the city. Gradually, the city became overcrowded with people. But subconsciously, they divided up the area according to their strength. The weaker ones could only wait on the streets, while the stronger ones could rest in restaurants and inns. Chapter 4019. Ask someone to get out. As a result, although Xianxia City was bustling with noise, a murderous and depressing atmosphere was spreading. It was like the Age of Heroes, where only the real heroes could do whatever they wanted. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered in a relatively quiet restaurant. Some were drinking wine, while others were resting with their eyes closed. Numerous voices of laughter and chatter were also quietly emitted. However, although there were a lot of people in the restaurant, it wasn't crowded because those who were weak were chased out. I'm sorry, but we're interested in this table. Piss off. At this time, a large number of experts entered the restaurant. Then, these experts swept their gazes and landed on one of the chairs. Following that, they began to chase people away domineeringly. I was wondering who it was, so it's Wen Nitian. Looks like he's become more arrogant after following the Empress. Someone on that table raised his head and said indifferently, I heard that you were chasing after Lin Ling, but in the end, not only did you not get anything from him, you were beaten to a pulp. That's why it's better to know your place. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're in the top 220 on the divine ladder. That's the newcomer king, Lin Ling, a newcomer. As soon as he finished speaking, many people looked at the person who spoke. Then, people began to discuss among themselves. That's Dong Wenla from Wu Wei College. He's in the top 220 on the divine ladder. Wu Wei College, the third college among the 36 colleges. Dong Wenla must be quite strong to be able to come from there. However, Wen Nitian isn't weak either. It's going to be a good show. Whispers quietly sounded out. Of course, there were also people who curiously asked, Newcomer King Lin Ling? Isn't that guy the newcomer king now? Why is he called Lin Ling now? Idiot, have you forgotten what happened 10 years ago? The one who killed Wen Tian martial god is the newcomer king Lin Ling. The newcomer king only dared to appear after Lin Ling disappeared. I remember now. Isn't that guy dead? Who knows if he's dead or not? However, it's true that he disappeared for 10 years. Many people think that even if he's not dead, he'll be captured by the Empress. After all, anyone who dares to provoke the Empress won't have a good ending. Voices constantly drifted out, but as the people were discussing in secret, the two experts had already made their moves. The result was that the expert called Dong Wenla was defeated and sent flying out of the restaurant. This caused many people to be shocked. Looking at Wen Nitian again, he had already led his people to occupy the seats and was leisurely drinking wine. No matter what you say, that's all you are. Now get out of here. If you're unwilling, I'll give you 3 moves. Of course, if you can't beat me in 3 moves, don't blame me. I'll kill you. After he sat Nitian, Wen Nitian shook his wine Nitian and said, how awe-inspiring and carefree was that look on his face. You Dong Wenla, you? The expert called Dong Wenla snorted. Naturally, he knew why Wen Nitian didn't kill him. It was because there were experts nearby, and Wen Nitian didn't dare to provoke them. Otherwise, why would Wen Nitian be so easy to talk to? This was the myriad world, not the final world. If there was a chance, Wen Nitian wouldn't be lenient. Just you wait, I'll call my boss. You're dead. Dong Wenla brought his men and ran away with his tail between his legs. He's calling for help? Many people's eyes lit up. They also knew that the strongest expert that appeared in this restaurant was ranked in the top 200 on the stairway to heaven. However, the experts that appeared in the Daluo heaven realm this time were ranked in the top 100. Those people were like dazzling stars. They didn't even bother to appear in a small restaurant. They had already gone to fight for territory with those powerful old monsters. What a useless piece of trash. If you can't win, you can only call for help. However, Wen Nitian sneered, fearless. Looks like Wen Nitian is also confident. The experts from his school must be nearby. Everyone immediately guessed. In the final world, unless one's strength is heaven-defying, it depends on one's background and connections. This Wen Nitian dares to be so fearless. Obviously, his background isn't weak. He's the Empress's man. How weak can his background be? I really envy this guy. He's strong and has a strong background. Looking at Wen Nitian, who was drinking without restraint, many people's eyes flashed with a touch of envy. However, at this moment, a large number of people entered the restaurant, attracting a lot of attention. However, what surprised everyone was that the man in the lead was very unfamiliar. No one had seen him before. Moreover, the handsome man was very strange. He had a pair of tentacle wings behind his back and was dressed in a black robe. He was full of mystery. Of course, not only was the man's aura cold, even his attitude was incomparably arrogant. His gaze swept across the restaurant and suddenly fell on Wen Nitian. The corner of his mouth quietly revealed a smile. I didn't expect it to be this guy. This man was naturally Lin Ling. Therefore, when he saw Wen Nitian, he was inexplicably happy. After all, he remembered that when his strength was sealed 10 years ago, that guy was extremely proud. Now that he met him again, He had to admit that that guy's luck was very bad. In the past, when he was escaping, many people helped him, Lin Ling, and many people harmed him. Lin Ling remembered all of this clearly. Today, he returned. What hatred and what hatred! Lin Ling would repay them one by one. Have you figured out where this place is? After that, Lin Ling looked at Brother Invincible, who was walking over from afar, and asked. Brother Invincible and the others were all disciples of the academy. After they came in, they began to gather information. Therefore, they were clear about the rules of the restaurant. Next, they told Lin Ling the rules that they knew. Interesting. In that case, get those guys out of here. Lin Ling did not care about the rules at all. However, since there were rules, he would play with them. After all, it was boring waiting for Zhenren of many treasures. Brother Ghost, which one? Hearing this, Brother Invincible's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he knew that the people present were very strong, he also knew that Brother Ghost beside him was the #1 newcomer king 10 years ago. Brother Ghost even dragged down Wentian martial god, one of the top 10 martial gods. Therefore, he had nothing to be afraid of. When they heard Lin Ling and the others talking without restraint, many people secretly sneered. They did not know the stern man, but they had more or less interacted with Brother Invincible. They knew that he was a person who was good at flattering. That was all. Moreover, the stern man looked very strong, but one had to know that those who could appear here were not weaklings. Therefore, they wanted to see who these guys wanted to get out of here. That dog. Chapter 40:20. When defying the heavens. Seeing this, when Nitian and the others narrowed their eyes and slammed the table. However, when Nitian smiled faintly and stopped the angry people, calm down, these people are new here and don't know any better. Soon, they will realize that they chose the wrong person. That's true. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant later. That's right. The people around him laughed. With when Nitian here, they had nothing to worry about. Are you deaf? Brother Ghost asked you to get lost. Didn't you hear him? Go! At this moment, Brother Woody walked over with a few people. This guy wasn't strong, but he had guts. He wasn't afraid of when Nitian and the rest. You're talking to me. Go! When Nitian toyed with the wine cup in his hand and said with a faint smile. Bang! However, Brother Woody came to their table and took the wine jug from the table. He then gave Nitian a bath and poured wine on his head. Wow! Wow! The surrounding people were in an uproar. This Brother Woody was even more arrogant than Dongwunla. At least Dongwunla didn't dare to pour wine in front of everyone. When Nitian's body trembled, do you know what you're doing? Your actions might bring death to you. As for the boss behind you, he might not even be able to protect himself. When Nitian's face turned cold, he wiped the wine off his face and said coldly, The boss behind me is Brother Ghost. My Brother Ghost is a man of few words. You'd better be careful if you offend him. However, Brother Woody didn't seem to understand when Nitian's threat. Or maybe he knew, but he didn't care. Rumble. When Nitian's body emitted a terrifying energy. I don't know who Brother Ghost is, but he's not qualified to be compared to me. Behind him, a brush suddenly floated out. It actually had the power to paint mountains and rivers. This terrifying power surged towards Brother Woody and the others. It seemed like it wanted to obliterate Brother Woody and the others on the spot. You're not even qualified to carry my shoes. Right at this moment, Lin Ling finally made his move. He placed his hands behind his back, tapped his foot, and shot out like an arrow. Behind him, those tentacles spread out and ghostly chi surged. The restaurant immediately fell silent. Everyone narrowed their eyes as they stared at Lin Ling. They also didn't expect this ghost emperor to make a move just like that. When Nitian snorted coldly, You overestimate yourself. Purple Misthorn. The brush floating in front of him suddenly emitted a purple brilliance as it carved out the word seal. The word seal floated in the air, emitting ripples like those of a sea urchin. Pinnacle Ancestor Power. A casual stroke from when Nitian is so powerful. Is his innate gift the brush? I heard that it's a purple divine brush. The shaft of the brush is like a sword, and the tip of the brush is like a saber. I'm afraid this Ghost Emperor will have to spend a lot of effort to decipher that character. The surrounding people began to discuss spiritedly. Looking at Lin Ling again, he still had his hands behind his back, and there were countless tentacles dancing behind him. He didn't make any moves and only used his shoulder to hit. Then, under countless horrified gazes, the huge seal word was actually shattered and then exploded. Lin Ling didn't stop there. He passed by Brother Wudi and slammed into Wenetian's body. Crash! The entire table immediately shattered, and wine spilled all over the floor. Then, a figure broke through the wall of the restaurant and flew out to the street. That person was naturally Wenetian. Now that he was hit by Lin Ling, he couldn't block it and flew out of the restaurant. One had to know that Lin Ling was currently wearing the Dragon God armor, and the Dragon God armor had raised his strength to 30,000 boundaries. Caught off guard, Wenetian naturally couldn't block it. I asked you to scram, but you didn't. Do I have to kick you before you scram? Just as everyone was shocked, Lin Ling's voice quietly floated out. Everyone was tongue-tied. Although they guessed that this mysterious man's strength wasn't weak, they estimated that to break through Wenetian's attack, the man would have to use a certain method. But who knew that the man didn't use any method at all, just brute force, and Wenetian rolled out like a gourd. My brother Ghost of the Void is a man of few words. Everyone recalled Brother Invincible's words. That collision was indeed ruthless. As for those who were beside Wenetian, they were now sitting on the ground with their eyes wide open. They obviously didn't expect the Ghost Emperor to be so strong. Boom! Just then, a roar came from outside the street, and many people knew that Wenetian was angry. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Many people squinted their eyes. The previous attack to Wenetian was just a humiliation. It wasn't enough to injure him. Godstar! Almost at the same time, a cold roar came from the street again. And as soon as the voice fell, everyone's expression changed. Because those who were familiar with Wenetian knew that when Wenetian used his mystique, that move had the power of God. Is this guy going to destroy the restaurant? Boom! Next, a large number of people rushed out of the restaurant, afraid of being implicated. On the street, a large number of people were looking at Wenetian because Wenetian had pushed his talent to the limit, the 10th grade ultimate desolate body. And that wasn't all. A huge brush appeared in front of him, and this huge brush moved on its own, writing a huge Zheng word in midair. That Zheng word was like a purple aura coming from the east, constantly expanding, suppressing the restaurant. Come, let's see who's not qualified. Boom! Wenetian roared as he controlled the magical brush. Ultimate desolate body, together with the power of God. Such strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Rumble. But at this moment, from the broken wall of the restaurant, a figure shot out, and a Buddhist light bloomed in midair. This was a red Buddhist light, sacred and ancient, and at the center of the Buddhist light was a palm. Bodhi-proof divine technique, red Bodhi text, heavenly, sovereign Shu. 6 paths of myriad movement, wind and cloud. The wind and cloud seemed to condense in that palm, and it slammed towards the huge Zheng word in front. This is the power of God. Who is this person? He's so strong, and from the looks of it, he has a ghostly aura, but why does he have the aura of a Buddha god? Towards the person who suddenly appeared, the people on the street were curious. Just a lowly martial art. How can it be compared to me? Seeing the appearance of the Ghost Emperor, Wenetian was also shocked, but seeing that the other party dared to clash with his power of God, he immediately laughed disdainfully. Boom! Chapter 4021. Remember, my name is Lin Ling. Even Wenetian was secretly surprised. Who is this old monster? How come my talent doesn't affect him at all? Furthermore, he also has the power of a god. However, his power of a god can't break through my celestial star, and my cultivation level seems to be higher than his. If we fight for a long time, he will lose. After secretly analyzing, Wenetian quietly became confident. However, at this moment, the Stir Man suddenly stretched out his left hand. In his left hand, a yellow light bloomed like the light of Bodhi. After his left hand appeared, the stern man looked at his right hand and slapped it hard. This way, it was like he was attacking with two palms. Hualala! Under countless gazes, the huge zheng word was shattered by the palm. The terrifying power caused a large number of houses to collapse. Then, they tumbled in the sky like straw. What? Everyone was shocked. When Nitian's eyes widened, this was because he sensed that the Ghost Emperor had two powers of God. You dare to question my qualifications. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the stern man's aura was domineering. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Wen Nitian. His palms slapped out with earth-shattering force. That was the power of two gods. One had to know that even martial God realm experts might not have the power of God. However, not only did this stern man have it, he even had two powers. This was terrifying. When Nitian saw the two palms approaching, he flipped his hands and a huge brush appeared in front of him. However, when the two palms collided, the brush body immediately cracked. The purple light from the brush shot out like a needle, but it had no effect on the stern man. Heavens, he is not afraid of a 10th grade ultimate desolate body. That guy probably also has a 10th grade ultimate desolate body. Bang! Everyone was shocked again. Ka! Almost at the same time, the brush was completely broken. A palm leaped out from it and pressed against Wen Nitian's chest. A strong light bloomed. Pooh! A ferocious force hit Wen Nitian's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His sternum was shattered. I asked you to scram, but you didn't. You forced me to attack. When I attack, you will not be able to block it. Bang! What was even more terrifying was that a large number of tentacles appeared behind the cold-looking man and wrapped around Wen Nitian's body, pulling him back again. Bang! Next, another palm strike hit Wen Nitian until he vomited blood. I say you're not even qualified to carry my shoes, but you don't believe me. Bang! The third palm had arrived. The crowd felt that it was unreal when they saw Wen Nitian, who was ranked 220 on the divine list, being beaten up so easily. Wen Nitian was ranked 2 million on the divine list. As expected, there were many experts in Xianxia City. As for the people in the restaurant before, they felt that it was extremely ironic. Previously, Wen Nitian was so powerful, but now, he was beaten like a dog. If this wasn't sarcasm, then what was? I admit defeat. I'll give you the table in the restaurant. Even though, Wen Nitian felt extremely humiliated, he finally opened his mouth. Admit defeat. Previously, the rule of the restaurant was that anyone who was dissatisfied with the restaurant only needed to defeat them to take their position. At that time, when Wen Nitian was provoked, he refused to accept it. But now, he finally knew how strong the other party was. In front of me, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. Those who admit defeat shall die. But what surprised Wen Nitian was that the cold-looking man had no intention of letting him go. Bang, bang, bang. Palm strike after palm strike. Wen Nitian's bones were broken. Why are you targeting me? Wen Nitian could not hold it in anymore. He had already admitted defeat, but this person wanted to kill him? Do you know the price of killing me? Friend, don't you think you're making a mountain out of molehill by risking your life for a single breath? I'm an expert from the school, and I have the backing of Luli Empress. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of offending Luli Empress? Wen Nitian kept retreating as he shouted angrily. Hearing this, Linling finally stopped his attacks and looked at him coldly. This made Wen Nitian think that Linling was finally afraid of him. Everyone, let's take a step back. It's better for you and me. Sometimes, people have to bow under someone else's roof. Wen Nitian took a deep breath and said calmly, I've said it before, you don't even have the right to carry my shoes. However, just as he finished his sentence, Linling finally attacked again. The reddish-yellow Bodhi light shone from both of his hands, and he slapped out with overwhelming force. You're crazy. The ferocious power made Wen Nitian's pupils tremble. Was the Ghost Emperor really going to kill him? Was he willing to offend Luli Empress for this? Rumble. While he was still in shock, the palms finally landed on his chest. The terrifying divine energy destroyed everything in his body, and then a large number of tentacles swam over and hung him up. However, when Nitian still had a breath left, as if he was on his deathbed, he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, as if he could not understand what was going on. Before you die, I'll tell you, so that you won't die without knowing why when you go to the underworld. Remember, my name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling transmitted his voice, and his words made when Nitian tremble 3 more times. Newcomer King, Lin Ling? How could it be him? He was still alive? He could not help but think of what happened 10 years ago. At that time, he used Lin Ling's power to chase after him when he was sealed, but he was stopped by the elites of the God-Slayer Alliance. At that time, he was extremely frustrated. However, he did not care about it after that. He thought that Lin Ling had offended Luli Empress, and his fate was to be destroyed. But today, Lin Ling appeared and killed him in front of countless people. No wonder this guy was not afraid of Wen Nitian's backer. You must have had fun chasing me in the past. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled at Wen Nitian. That smile sent chills down Wen Nitian's spine. After offending Luli Empress, Lin Ling was still alive. How could this be? At this moment, he finally regretted it. He knew that even if the tiger was tired, it was not something he could easily touch. His eyes were wide open, and he slowly died. However, the onlookers did not know about the conversation between Lin Ling and Wen Nitian. They could only watch as Wen Nitian died. Then, their faces changed drastically. Because Wen Nitian had a powerful background, even if someone defeated him, they did not dare to kill him. But now, Wen Nitian had died in the hands of the cold-looking man. Next, there would be a great battle in the Mountain River City. You killed him. Indeed, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Wherever the voice went, for some reason, everyone felt the smell of death. They looked around and finally saw 5 figures on the roof of a broken restaurant. These 5 people were wearing loose robes and straw hats. They were extremely mysterious. Chapter 4022. Death God. They were obviously here for Wen Nitian. Moreover, they seemed to have been here for a long time, but did not make a move. Of course, they did not expect the Ghost Emperor to really kill Wen Nitian. Are you blind? At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. His words also caused everyone to be stunned, because they never thought that the Ghost Emperor would actually dare to use such a tone to speak to the 5 of them. Yeah. Sure enough, all 5 of them were slightly surprised. After that, one of the men removed his straw hat to reveal a face that was pale like a sheet of paper, and his emotionless eyes stared coldly at Lin Ling. Death God. There were many experts around, so someone recognized a man. Who is Death God? The expert ranked 189th on the Heavenly Stairway, level 6 martial god, has an acquired godly embryo, cultivates the Death God evil technique, and has 3 strands of divine force. So powerful. Through the conversation, many people trembled inexplicably. 3 strands of divine force and an acquired godly embryo. Such strength could probably wipe out an expert in the later stage of the martial god realm. No wonder he was ranked 189th on the Heavenly Stairway. Acquired godly embryo. This is the talent to continuously cultivate the ultimate desolate body and rush into the world of gods. Ordinary people who can cultivate godly embryos. Another person said solemnly, although acquired godly embryos were not as powerful as innate godly embryos, they were not much weaker. After all, although innate godly embryos were more powerful, such talent was too rare and could not be found. Therefore, most people cultivated acquired godly embryos. It was said that to become a godly embryo was indispensable. Therefore, whether acquired or innate, as long as one had a godly embryo, they would have a chance to become a god. However, in this vast void, how many people had acquired godly embryos? Now, I want to ask if you killed Wen Nitian. On the roof, the man called Death God looked at Lin Ling and asked. The 2 of them, one seemed to represent death, the other seemed to represent ghosts. each with their own characteristics. As soon as the Grim Reaper finished speaking, many people also looked at Lin Ling. They want to know if this Ghost Emperor would dare to speak in the face of an expert like the Grim Reaper. Are you really blind? Isn't the corpse right in front of you? However, Lin Ling was fearless. He even threw Nitian's corpse out and stepped on it. Domineering, that move also made many people's hearts tremble. In the end, all their shock turned into a single sentence. My brother Ghost in the Void is ruthless and doesn't talk much. The current brother Ghost was indeed ruthless. Huh. Seeing Lin Ling stepping on one Nitian's foot, the five of them looked over with murderous intent. In Xianxia City, experts were as common as clouds. It was like the age of heroes, but that didn't mean that the man with the surging ghost chi was a hero who dominated the world. Rumble. At this moment, there was an explosion in the distance. Mountain River City was shaking, as if another great battle had erupted in another part of the city. However, this was also very normal. In this place where there were all sorts of people, chaotic battles were unavoidable. Roar. People raised their heads and could vaguely see a colorful dragon god in the distance, hovering in the sky and sprinkling endless light. Then various kinds of energy exploded, and the power of the energy was terrifying. The five people on the roof naturally also looked into the distance, including Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling's lips curled into a gentle smile. Although he already knew that they were all here, Lin Ling was still very happy to see them unleash their full strength in a battle. However, they had always grown under Lin Ling's wings and lacked actual combat experience. Therefore, even though Lin Ling knew that they were here, he didn't look for them in the short term. And they were Yu and the others. Early martial god realm. Even though you have two streams of godly force, which makes you quite powerful, I'll give you a piece of advice. There's always someone stronger than you. Consider yourself lucky today, because we have important matters to attend to. Roar. The five people on the roof stared at the battle in the distance and seemed to want to leave this place. However, the man called Grim Reaper snorted coldly at Lin Ling, his words full of disdain. He seemed to be saying, if it wasn't for the great battle over there with just you, we can destroy you with a single finger. Let's go. Roar. Then, the five of them said in unison, that Ghost Emperor is quite lucky. Roar. When people saw the five experts retreating, they felt both regretful and lucky. Regretfully, they couldn't see a blood-boiling battle. Luckily, they thought that the fierce battle in the distance had saved the Ghost Emperor. Want to leave? At this moment, Lin Ling stared at Grim Reaper and sneered. He stomped his foot on the ground and leaped up. His strength had increased greatly, and he wanted to test his strength. Back then, he was a newcomer king, but now he wasn't a newcomer, so he wanted to see what this so-called old man was like. The five people didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move. They looked forward, but at this moment, a cold voice floated from behind. I don't seem to have agreed to let you go. When this voice came out, those who were staring at the battle in the distance also turned their eyes to the sky. Then a series of gasps sounded. In the sky, red and yellow light bloomed, and countless evil spirit jellyfish with a wisp of golden flame surrounded a man. Both of his palms struck out, like two dragons emerging from the sea. You're courting death. The man called Grim Reaper was obviously furious. Damn, who is this guy? He didn't even make a move, but this guy didn't want to let go. The other four people's faces also changed, but they didn't care and leaped away. Grim Reaper, when Nitian is your man, you deal with him. They obviously didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for Grim Reaper. You guys go first. I'll be there in a while. Grim Reaper nodded immediately, and the four people's eyes flashed. One of them sneered and said, don't kill him. After all, he's so bold. I'm afraid he has some background. However, we hope to see you teach him a lesson. After 3 incense sticks of time, come find us over there. After saying that, the four of them disappeared in an instant. Grim Reaper immediately smiled coldly, and his eyes began to look at Lin Ling. In his hands, a fierce boundary essence burst out, and 3 divine powers appeared in his palms. His palms suddenly became slender, and his claws grew crazily, and a dense death aura spread out. This death aura also carried a fierce, ghostly, and evil aura, and it was the three divine powers. Swoosh! Then he looked at Lin Ling and swept out fiercely. Lin Ling's palms also arrived, and he slammed towards the sky. A rumbling sound was heard, and red and yellow light bloomed, blocking the giant claw in the sky.